Okay. Good morning. Pretty good morning. Very honored to see the invitation this morning. And to welcome all the respective tribes for your respective homelands. Before I start, I'd like to ask my elders to before me, excuse me for speaking in front of them. Thank my older brothers and my grandmother in teaching me the language and our spirituality. Mr. Yee, that's it. Mr. Rivers here, the assistant priest. We'd like to offer the prayer for what we're about to embark on the great journey to recount one of the greatest victories of the nation. This woman is Turtle Island. So I'd like all of you to pray along with me. Days only. Creator, you the Father of all, woman, thank you for all things of creation. And mention these good things: the morning star, the light of dawn, the wind, the timber, the animals, is all Anton. This here, that's hefty. All the animals on the ground, in the skies. Call upon you to hear us. You shut up, Anton. This here, and here. Just follow you here. Bless us this day. This here, take this here. That is a thing. Very strongly. That is practically. First partner, and the ongoing unity, that is the head, thought, dance, oh.
Day at.
Yeah.
Don't say the era of the Hello everyone, my name is Alan Hubbard. I represent Islamic Indian School 2025-2026. Thank you for coming.
Dos Filipinas and I'm a Delegation, and I'm representing one million middle school 2025-2026.
Hello everyone, good morning. I am the 2024-2025 City Celebration Queen. Safe travels and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to go to Mr. Walker and ready to another reservation. Near the walking leader and fall. My name is Martin Armejo. I'm the chief operating officer for the Northern Tribe. Thank you. We're going to have other tribal leaders going to come up. We're going to open up our Northern Alpha Tribal turn the key doors that you open the mark. Good morning, everyone. Please be not to say. Thanks to everyone for coming out, coming over here. My name is Rosebud. My rappers and the spirits that are out there, they know me as Najat. They say, Zomchi. That's who I am as a rapper. I'm glad you all came over here so we can celebrate the victory, our battle of Little Bighorn. I'd like to thank all the Dakota, Cheyenne, and one of our relatives here, Mr. Wilbur, is going to share some of his land with us up there. Crow relative, you know. He's willing to do that for us, you know. So I recognize him here today, you know. So other than that, I'm glad we're here. We're all gathered together because we're going to celebrate the battle, our victory against the United States government. Okay. And every time the Lakota, the Cheyenne, and the Arapaho come together, it's good medicine, you know. Good things happen. And these treaties that we signed, you know, they weren't signed by conquered nations. These are peace treaties. We're never conquered. We're still here. I want to say that. Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to introduce our overall nation with President Frank President. Natalia, greetings to everybody here. You know, it's like a great turnout here. You know, I just want to mention real quick here. You know, as Marty mentioned, it's great to when tribes come together, shows unity, and we're stronger that way. You know, just the other day, we just won a very important battle there in Black Hills when tribes came together and support each other in unity. But we're not done yet. But just wanted to just mention that
you know, and with this battle of Little Bighorn, we're gonna definitely run into problems, but we have to stick together and overcome the obstacles that lie in front of us as tribes. And what better way to do that, you know, to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the Battle of the Little Bighorn with all the Sioux tribes and the allied tribes, the Arapaho and the Cheyenne, or Shoshone, I'm sorry. So that's great that we're coming together and working together on this very important celebration, we're going to call it. And we did collaborate with the Riverton family from the Crow Nation. We came a long ways. I know we've been traveling to other reservations to talk about the event here. And it's growing, and it's growing, and it's growing. But coming here to your land, you know, I'm very grateful that gave me time to visit other tribal nations. And I just want to say thank you for hosting us for this planning meeting for the Green Car Battle of Little Bighorn. So, Wopila.
Next, I'd like to call upon Northern Cheyenne Vice President Fergus.
Bighorn, Wasa Smasher, Oman and Nasta, Bighorn, Oman, Burger, Christian, Welfare, Wilderness, Asta. Trickle a moment, that's it. Enormous. It's just a person wants to just sit on the most small, come back. Good morning, my name is Ernest Verma. I'm the Vice President of the Riverton Tribe. I'm from Berry, Montana. And I want to thank you guys for hosting this meeting. Let's see, most of you guys here. I went to school here in Illinois in 79. I was telling you guys. I just want to say thank you for hosting us tonight. And hope we'll have a good meeting. Hopefully see you guys at the historic event like that. So we're going back to, yeah, sure.
Rich from Rosebud. Say a few words.
Hini vastaan kenikiapelo. Sitten kun man kotsee hevaitsetaan hipelo. No vitota muihin. Ole on kantaa ja takoni. Risvaa. Ho jotta kuva kiujumuksansa. Että on vokasmisen on huolallisen voimuksen. No vuorasvalla ilmaisemiapelo. Hello, my name is Wopila. I am the cultural liaison for travel president. We could not be here today because of an emergency, and so, but we come as a team. So I'd like to see all our Rosebud members who've been making this happen. Could you guys stand up and be recognized? Oh, I guess I was talking too loud. Woke everybody up. But we're happy to be here, and of course, we are representing our Sioux Nation, and it's the last month we sponsored a meeting like this, and it's really growing. And so the interest is out there, and we're going to make it happen. And so as we go along throughout the day, we will explain what we've been doing and what we anticipate when we go to the greasy grass. So with that, thank you. Wopila, out.
Do we have any other, anybody with any reps from any other tribes here to speak?
Good day, everybody. My name is Trina Bonehill, and my full name is Akichi Shapiri, which is roughly translated as the encourager on. I am here representing the Wopila Club Nation. I am the current fifth member, the executive board member for our council, and I'm also representing my family. I have a woman warrior. I have a woman warrior in my family that fought at Pejislav. Tato Hea Najumi is her.
Also wanted to have nobody reps from the Bighorn Valley site. Okay, want to go ahead and introduce yourselves, or the microphone?
Happy to see what we can do to help from the Park Service. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Josh Rosina. I'm here to help Superintendent Nowitzki with the planning for the Park Service side. Happy to be here and great to see everybody come.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melissa McFarland. I'm the Interpretation Program Manager at Little Bighorn Battlefield. I'm happy to be here and thank you for welcoming us to this meeting.
Good morning, everyone. Hiliano Nashivit, Natista, Natawo, Naviho, Tatista, Viho, Navihonen. So good morning. My name is Gordon Young, and I'm here representing the Shonnersville Tribes of Oklahoma on behalf of Governor Reggie Wasserman. He couldn't be here, so he's sending to represent our tribe and to listen, to observe, and also to hear some of these stories of our victory. You know, our oral traditions and our oral history It's unwritten. And that's what makes us strong as nations. We still have that, these stories. It's important to always remember those oral histories of your people, our relatives, because these written histories are not really our stories. And so keep that in mind as we move forward. Always remember we have oral traditions and oral stories. So I want to say thank you. Yash, aloha.
Okay, I think introductions should be appropriate, so we'll go around the room real quick. We'll start on this side. Just stand up, introduce yourself and what tribe you're from, so we'll have a better idea of who's here. So we'll start over here at the end. And everybody's welcome to introduce themselves, so if you would, please, if you're in the room, introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Louis Turquoise-Siegel. I'm the Chief of Staff for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And like Russell explained earlier, our president couldn't be here because of an emergency. But we have been here through I think this is the 5th meeting now. And it's wonderful to see everybody participating. And we now have the Southern relation from Oklahoma. Last time we had the Northern relations, and their flags are here from the Canadian Dakota tribes. I heard that they might have a person coming in this afternoon, but I'm not certain. Anyway, last time they had border control issues, so hopefully keep them in prayer and maybe somebody will show up this afternoon. Thank you, Ross.
Good morning, my name is Tanya Marshall. I am the secretary for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. I'm happy to see everybody here. Thank you to the tribe up here for welcoming us. Thank you.
My name is Pam Ozumaner. I work for the secretary of the tribe. I'm one of the committee secretaries.
Good morning, Jane Longhill of Wellesley Tribe.
Well, you know, good morning, each and every one of you. I'd like to welcome our LI tribe here at this time. You know, 50 years ago, Gerald Baker was the superintendent up there at Little Bighorn. And that's when we started running, we've been up there almost every year, since that time. And looking forward to go back up there and celebrate one more time. I always call them, the Fighting Cheyenne, the Fearless Sioux, and the Proud Arapaho are the only 3 tribes that have ever defeated U.S. military in the battlefield. We had the Apaches also, and we still suffer from it today. When it comes for appropriations, we're the last ones to get appropriated. That's why Pine Ridge has a very, very difficult time. We do the same thing here. And the way that we are, we're split, we've got Southern Arapaho and down here in Oklahoma. And, we work together many years also, I've known quite a few people, our allied tribes. These 3 tribes, as I say, are the ones that started how things are today. We're the ones that introduced the legislation where we contract, and we're trying to reopen that cloud, and also
We were trying to do St. Stephen's, which is now Wyoming Indian High School, and Reno, and also the Northern Cheyenne. They had a boarding school for Wopila. And they all got shut down in 1966. And at that time, we started making our way to BC, try to open our school because, you know, all of our students, you know, weren't welcome in the surrounding area. And then at that time, you know, we all come together at one time and said, we're going to work together. So we did. And that's when we got some results. We got a senator to write the 638 bill introduced, and then got that passed. And after that, you know, we still are going, you know, very strongly in what we do as our 3 affiliated tribes. And like I say, I'm glad to be here. You know, the way that I feel now, you know, Sunday, this coming Sunday, I'm going to be 83 years old, but I'm still going. And so, like I say, I'd like to welcome each and every one of you. But you know, 50 years ago, the business council called me in. They told me to make a preparation for this anniversary, 100th anniversary. They gave me a task, you know, on the chairman of the Northern Arapaho Language and Cultural Commission, and still am. And so I said, okay, I'll do what I can. So I went out. 50 years ago, we had many elders. We had many elders 50 years ago. I went to, I knew the ones, you know, that were knowledgeable. So I went and approached them, and I asked them, I told them about, you know, what was going to happen, and then the task that our tribal leaders gave me. And then they said, no, who said we were there? We weren't there. I said, never were there. And then so I thought they were teasing me, but you know, that's what he told me. I went to the next one. Each one I approached told me the same thing. And finally, it was getting close. It was getting very close to June 25th. Somebody knocked on my door. And he talked right over to me. He said, I guess you want to know what happened for Custer, where we defeated Custer. I said, yeah, sure, I want to know. He said, was we up there making a presentation. And he said, there's 4 things that you got to give me first. So he told me what he needed. I secured him. And when he come back again, and he told me the story. I know the story, you know. After the battle, you know, after the battle, you know, what happened, you know. I guess we as a Arapaho tribe got together and made a solemn commitment, all of our tribal members, that we will never openly discuss and talk about the Battle of the Bighorn, because of retribution to our relations and to our tribe. So that's a solemn, but that's why everybody told me that they didn't do anything. And then so we go up there and just explain how we are today and to entertain them. So I took a drum group, took some dancers, and we went up there and had a powwow, you know. That's the very first one. But we didn't talk about the battle, you know, my uncle was on the field, and he shot this guy off his horse like that. You know, there's stories like that, but you know, but we didn't. So that's really why to this day, we have never really told our heart. But what happened, you know, we called him a man afraid of his horse, and then there was a crazy horse. And we had our young warriors, they were teenagers, you know, and the teacher, that's who the warriors used to be young. Anyway, they said, at the lead, he got back, and he got it, you know, we're going to go join crazy horse. So that's what happened. When he went up there, and then when things were getting close, there was 3 generals that the federal government sent, you know, but Custer, from the Civil War, you know, he was mandated, you know, that just standard in the military. But Sheridan was sent out, but Sheridan reinforced him 10 months into it, and that's how custom. There was 2 other generals that were going to come out and take us by force to reservations. So, you know, at that time, that was, you know, the story was told, and then, so, I mean, knowing that, you know, going up there, you know, last year I didn't go up there and I had something else to do. So anyway, I'm just telling my people, you know, what the old man told me. And so, however, you know, it's good to go up there and to celebrate, you know, our victory 150 years ago. And then at the same time, it was 100 years after the United States was organized. At that time, you know, a new country, and we as people, that's when we were started to use our horses. And these 2 things, you know, were going to come together because of that greed. The greed was gold. People were told that there was plenty gold, plenty minerals here, that they are coming in. Thousands of people start coming in. You know, when gold was discovered over the Black Hills, you know, this one went over there, you know, and then you know, the history of, I know the history of, you know, what happened, you know, when California gold was discovered here. That's when everybody was going by trails, and we were going through our territories. And then that's when they had the 1851 treaty, and then so we would allow them to go through, but you know, but at the same time, you know, they done other things. You know, they shot our buffalo, and they shot our game, and whatnot. So there's one incident that happened. They went out, you know, they were going to arrest one of our Sioux people in the camp. And then when he got there, you know, then a fight broke out, and then they killed all the people, and that's when Indian Wars, and they called them the history for the Indian Wars. It lasted 60 years of fighting. Went through, and the United States was fought 3 other wars in the meantime. And so, when California, it is recorded here that $10 billion worth of gold was extracted from the tribal land down there. And so at that time, you know, it was very fashionable to kill Indians. It was not only fashionable, but it was legal. It was legal to kill us, annihilate us. But we're still here. Now we're going to celebrate. So, you know, I wanted to mention these things here because, you know, I'm really proud of our people. Cheyenne, Arapaho, and Sioux. Aho, Washe, Pivot.
Okay, if we could continue just announcing yourself and what tribe you're from. We could jump into, and I appreciate that story there. Well, let's do introductions first to start the meeting, and then we can jump into some history and things like that we feel that's important. Wopila, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to tell you that people here, you know, that I come here just to see what's going to go on and how you guys are going to plan. So I'm going to let you guys plan, and I'm going to excuse myself. I've got other things to do.
Okay, thank you.
Ina do sisibi mente ina. Nana kaseni be. Hina na na kahito na na. Ita chana tahenta tana sena. Wana thati sawasana dana. Nantana Hutina Hiwan Haha. Hahona Nanana. Hit the sea not today. Not today, no. Me also need him Teresa his chase Nana Asidina. I said, good morning to each and every one of you. I am blessed to be in the presence of each and every one of you. My name is Singing Sage, and in Arapaho, my English name is Teresa his chase. And welcome to all of our Cheyenne and Lakota relatives. Haho.
Yeah, he's off the option. And that's what it is. And that is it. Good morning. My name is Harvey Spinunter. I go by Sunny Chief, a member of the Eagle Society. I'd like to welcome all you again. Looking forward to interacting and feel a strong presence here this morning in spirituality. So I think we're going to have a great meeting. Oh.
Hey, Rocket. Yes, no, I treat the Alice the Sage. I'm glad you're all here. It's good to be together. We're very powerful when we're together. For 500 years, the government's been trying to split us up, divide and conquer. But we're strong as we all are together. We've been riding with a victory ride for about 9 years now, so it's pretty powerful. So come and ride with us, right? Oh.
Good morning. It's a real Croatian, and I one time Blackfeet Crowan wrote a book, and I was in there. I shut the park down for 4 days to do a Sundance 500 years after Columbus landed in the South Islands. And I made it in that book as an anonymous person. So whenever you read about killing Custer, I'm in that book as an anonymous person. Thanks for welcoming me to be part of this meeting. I hope it.
I'm Kate Berger, Blackfeet Chippewa Creek Missions Assistant. Thank you.
Wanda McFarland, Interpretation Program Manager, Little Bighorn Battlefield National Monument.
Josh Rosina, event planning for 150 One Park site.
James Nowitzki, Superintendent of Little Bighorn Battlefield.
Christopher Rivera, Rosebud, Sioux.
Amikakiaki, the Wakamani Milo government names, the Nardo Solomon, Oglala Sioux tribe, Powwow.
My name is Stephanie Sarsonfeld, Oglala Sioux tribe.
My name is Thomas Solomon, Oglala Sioux tribe. My name is Cordelia Whiteout, Oglala Sioux tribe.
My name is Tony Gray, Oglala Sioux tribe.
Arapahoes, Metaina, Arlene, Santianas, Northern Arapaho Tribe.
Dogs, my name is Ray Friday, Northern Arapaho tribal member. I just want to say welcome to our allies, the Northern Cheyenne and the Sioux. We face a lot of adversity here in Wind River. After that war, you know, our people were massacred down in Sand Creek. My mother's family comes from Sand Creek. We need to remember our history, what they've done to us. They took our land, they kicked us out of Colorado. They tried to kill us, all of us. They hunted us like animals. We need to remember that. We came this way. My grandfather was Chief Sharpnose. My dad's name is Soldier Wolf. And he was one of the ones that wanted us to come together like this and work together as three nations. Because we all know how hard it was when you're getting hunted down by the white people. We've been to their schools, we've been to their places, and we still have the most beautiful place when we come here. You know, the Northern Arapaho, when we came here, my grandfather said we were almost all annihilated. I think we came down to 350. Our people were dying left and right. We couldn't fish, we couldn't hunt, we couldn't do anything. And so the government asked that we stay here 1 to 2 years. Now we're still here. Even our neighbors complain about us. They say, oh, that's not your history, you're making it up. Well, you know what? That's our history, not theirs. And so I just want to say thank you. I see some young people out here that I'm glad to see because, you know, this needs to be carried on. A lot of our people, including me, we're getting old. We're starting to lose that connection. You know, our big problem is this AI, that computer. It's stealing everything that we have. All the kids want it. They want a phone, they want a computer. And we're looking to the future. And so we're losing our culture pretty darn fast, I feel. But I think this is a step in the right direction. I think our Forest Service up there really needs some work up in the Little Bighorn. And so that's why I'm here, just to listen as a community member. And like I said, you know, we've been to your powwows, we've been to your sundances. You know, we know how hard this is to come this far to a meeting. But like my grandmother, she's the one that was Cheyenne, and she came here with my grandfather, Soldier Wolf. Cassie Little Aunt. She died when she was 105 years old, but she still carried on the stories of how we were hunted down. And so we just need to remember that in the back of our minds, that, you know, these white people still don't like us. They're not our friends. They're out to get our minerals. They're out to get, you know, hunting and fishing rights. And, well, I could go on, but how?
Nolan Friday. Nembe is my Arapaho name. And I'm a board member of our Arapaho Ranch. I'm an Army infantry veteran and a Wyoming Army Guard, Field Artillery veteran, and a USGS, U.S. Geological Survey retiree. Hello.
Teresa Smalls, my name.
There you go. Now you're there. One more. Push the button. Okay, now you.
Miss Johnston, I'm Northern Cheyenne. I serve on the tribal council there. Thank you. Sue Donegan, Northern Cheyenne.
I'm Northern Arapaho. One thing I wanted to follow up with was something that John had brought up earlier was I tried to do a lot of my own history on Arapaho, and that retaliation is real. We're being punished all the time. But my name is Arapaho. I have Cheyenne name and a Lakota name. I just want to welcome everybody here. One of my issues here is water and making sure that all of us continuously have water in the future for our young people. And climate change is real. You see here this past weekend, I wish a lot of you could have been here. We had a water forum, and we're at the headwaters right now. And as you can see, we have some snow, but we're in drought 4. We have no plan, and we don't know what this coming year is going to look like. These are real issues that we all need to come to the table about, and we should do that every year. Yeah, we're going to celebrate kicking Custer down, but there's other issues that we need to start talking about. One of the things that I have done for the people here was bringing our kids back, but they also fought at Custer's last time. Our women warriors were there. We shouldn't be afraid to this retaliation because we already live it every day. So I want to say welcome and ho-ho. Okay. My sister wanted for me to introduce her. Her name is Diane Soldier-Wolf. She also has a Cheyenne name. Red Woman. Part of the woman work on ho-ho. Okay, let's go.
Good morning, my name is Gerald Jones. I am from Rosebud.
Hi everyone, my name is Gabriel Goodshit. I'm from Rosebud.
Hi everyone, my name is Wopila. I work with the Rosebud Health Administration.
Hello everyone, my name is Sen. I also work with the Rosebud Health Administration. Thanks for having us.
Hello, my name is Vance. I also work with the Rosebud Health Administration. Very happy to be here today, and thank you everyone for watching.
Merci Manake. Natana Tatani Base. Nikachati Hantana, Naso Hantana. Not the name and hit the same name. Babak Natina, Yanthan. Welcome my relatives. It's good to be here with you all today. Any day that our relatives, the sinking men, the Lakota, and the Hittite men, the ones with many scars, and the Hinande, the people come together, it's good. Northern Cheyenne, our Lakota relatives. My name is Walkside of Water. I come from the people. This is my daughter, Sweet Sky Woman. I'm just a community member. I work with our elders here on the reservation. Good to see you all. Hope that we can have some good conversations here, make some good connections for our people to honor our history and to move forward with our sovereignty when it comes to interacting with that flag over there that we took from them on that battlefield. So, wahe, waho.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Ashton Gilbert. I'm from the Rosebud Trade.
My name is Dalton Day. I'm from the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, all the way in Northern California. I was invited out here, so I'm very humbled and honored to be here. It's amazing to see your tribal nations get together to still celebrate the victory of this battle. Just hearing the kind words earlier about how it affected us and our people all the way out in California during the gold rush. We're from Tuolumne County, that's right in the heart of the gold rush, about 2 hours from Sacramento in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. So thank you guys for having me, and honored to be here.
My name is Ariella Gonzalez. I'm a citizen of the Chickasaw Nation. I work pretty closely with the Northern Cheyenne and some landowners near the Battle of the Bighorn, Little Bighorn. And we're working right now on a monument and just doing more events out there. So my background, I went to UCLA, majored in political science. I've worked with tons of different indigenous peoples on getting land back. So this has been my first project on not so much land back, but now that we have, since this is our land, what are we going to do with it, and kind of looking for the future. And thanks for having us.
Good morning to each and every one of you from doorway in, doorway out. My name is Sergio Maldonado. My Arapaho name is Nikate Minacha, White Buffalo from up in Nelson. And I'm happy that we're all here. Greetings to all of the visitors from the plains and from Southern Arapaho also. Thank you all for the organization of this very important topic, the Battle of the Little Bighorn. I hope.
Hello everyone, my name is Michaela Gilbert. I was a first grade teacher.
I was a first grade teacher at Arapaho Elementary, and I worked with elders to learn to speak Arapaho, so I was asked to work in a kindergarten immersion classroom. But currently I'm working on my doctorate at the University of Oklahoma that is about culturally relevant pedagogy and the importance of cultural representation within curriculum for Indigenous students to decrease negative behavior outcomes and increase academic outcomes. Thank you.
My name is Gordon Yellman. I'm a member of the Shannock tribes from Concho, Oklahoma. My previous position was a tribal historian for the tribes. I've been working for my tribe for 33 years. And I currently serve as the acting executive director for the Department of Language and Culture. I want to mention too, my mother was an enrolled member from here. Her name was June Ann Amos, and my grandpa was Frank Amos, and Nellie Amos. So it's good to be home again, I hope.
My name is Juan Lula. I'm with the Tribal Historic Preservation Office.
My name is Galvania McElroy. I'm the Deputy Director for the Northern Arapaho Office.
My name is Markeisha Mixon for them. I'm here representing the Word Sioux Tribe.
Hello, my name is Nora Gilbert. I'm from the Northern Arapaho Tribe.
My name is Mary Headley. I am the lead teacher for the immersion program for the Northern Arapaho Tribe. I was called a grandmother. I was raised by grandparents who were born in the 1890s. So instilled in me are stories. I was fluent from birth. So I understood a lot of things that the old people told me, and I kept those things in my heart, and I am very anxious to hear stories from the other tribes. strides among my own people because I have a lot of information to share. Oh, Donna, thank you for coming to our reservation. Stand all together. So what's none of that in this, everyone. I hope.
Good morning. My name is Roger Aller. I'm with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. We're here with the invitations. Good morning, everybody. My name is John Moore with Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and I'm the general manager for both of our radio stations, all the Rosebud, and our KINI-FM 96.1 called Hits 96. It's a commercial station. And also we have KOA-FM 88.1. Both can be streamed at KOA.streamon.fm and also at KINI.streamon.fm.
My name is Gunnar. I'm from Rosebud. And my name is Red Painted Warrior. And it's a pleasure to be here amongst everybody and the Owlers especially. It makes me miss my own chief, hearing them speak at events like this and leading the way for us. But now I see, mentioned there's a lot of young people here, and you know, we're learning from the best and appreciate this gathering. And I'm here because I want to be, and I think this is a very important event for the community. But I'm also here, like you said, with trying to capture it and make sure that the folks who couldn't make it get the information and know what's going on. And yeah, I'm the marketing manager for Hits 96. Oh yeah, well, quick, yeah, Wopila.
Good morning, my relatives. My Western name is Dr. Melissa Eaglebear. I come from Rosebud Sioux Tribe. I'm very honored to be here. This is very powerful, emotional, all of those things, to see so many tribes come together. I spent most of my life learning the Western ideas and thoughts, and one of the things that is very clear for me learning these ways was they don't teach us that we have to live in two worlds as Lakota people, as Indian people, and we do. There's no way around it, right? And so things like this, I hope this is the beginning of many, many things for Indian country, to show the nation and the world that we are powerful. We are very powerful people, and we're still here. So I'm very honored to be here. Thank you guys for hosting this. Wopila.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lori Walfinagle. I'm from the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and I'm part of the executive committee for the 150th Battle of the Living Corps. Thank you, and it's an honor to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marion Littlebunder. I'm council rep for Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and I'm also very honored to be here.
Hi, my name is Donovan Taylor. Mahaka, natsistin na hestam momentan, natsistam na hatamintan. I am from Bighorn district in Northern Cheyenne Reservation. I'm a dog soldier for my people. I speak Cheyenne. I'm here on my own accord. I didn't come through the tribal setting. It's really significant. I'm a park ranger in 1994-95. I saw that tour guide for the Riverton College in 1996. And I'm also a co-author on a book, The History They Tell, First Nation and Native Americans regarding the Battle of the Bighorn. My great-grandmother, Nakota May, she was part of the Dakota. I didn't know I was part of the Dakota. I also discovered throughout historical research and history that also other tribes as well. But I thought I was a full Cheyenne, you know. I really went through that identity crisis. But when my son had his grandpa told me, "See, you're worse," he said, "Way back there." Cheyennes are really loving people. They pick up kids on the plains from other tribes. No, they was the Motissinas, teach their Cheyenne, and they became Cheyenne. So, and they believe that we're part of tribes that you can't pronounce anymore, way back there. So I'd like to express my heritage now.
My name is Francesca Pine Rodriguez. I'm Crow Northern Cheyenne, and today I am with Indigenous Media Freedom Alliance.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jody Ray Spotted Bear. I'm Mandan, Hidatsa, and Nimkosha, and I'm with the Indigenous Media Freedom Alliance, and our news website is Buffalo's Fire. And I'm also helping out with communications, so we'll be passing around a QR code, which is a text messaging system, so we can all stay connected in real time. So we'll pass that around.
Hello guys, my name is Anthony. Today I'm here with my grandpa. Good morning. I'm grateful to be here for this meeting today. I've been to come forward a little bit. But yeah.
Thank you for introducing myself again. My name is Russell Eagle Bear. I come from the Sioux Nation. I'm part of the Wadrafi band, and I'm a mixed blood. I have a little bit of Ogallala blood in me, but I don't want that to get out. And I do have Northern Cheyenne blood in me. One of my great grandmothers was full-blooded Northern Cheyenne. And so I'm really involved in this 150th anniversary coming up, and I want to see it through, or at least be part of the event. I was in, the last time we had a gathering, a lot of Native people with Standing Rock. And we had thousands and thousands of our Native people throughout the country came. And that would have been a good event, but it kind of went south. But I hope that this anniversary kind of pulls us together and keeps us together and be relatives again. Well, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mike Burbank. I'm representing the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Alcohol Treatment Program. Preparations of 150th Battle of Greasy Grass. It's an honor to be a part of this memories on the road, to see all the gatherings come together, and excited for June to come. I know back on the Rosebud there's been many meetings, and people stepping up and taking a part, an active role in what's going to take place. So I thank you for allowing me to be here as well.
Canada, come down to get information to this gathering of the Little Bighorn. So it's supposed to be another problem of mine coming down, but somehow they didn't make it down. Dr. Nino put down, I don't invite to this beautiful gathering that's going to be taking place. Coming through to Northern Arapaho, to the canyon or the beautiful country that you have here. Back home, you guys only hear that over 2 million acres here belong to the back home. But back home, we only live on 8 miles reservation over here. So you guys got a beautiful land. You know, Wopila, the Alpha Road, allows me to be, I hope.
My name is Wopila from Bighorn, Canada, and good morning to everybody, and happy to see everybody here, and I'm really looking forward to this meeting here. Oh, that was.
My name is Keith Haas. I'm from the Sioux tribe. I currently work at the solid waste program in Rosebud, South Dakota.
Good morning, everybody. My name is
My name is Lenora Pascal, and I work for Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. My name is Martina Fuego, and I'm from the Rosebud Sioux tribe. I work in the president's office. I'm the office manager, and I'm also here on behalf of my Fuego family. I'm the descendant of Chief Fuego, and also the granddaughter of Ivor Fuego Sr., who's a Sioux co-founder for our tribe. Thank you. I'm really happy to be here. Nice to meet you all.
My name's Edward One-Star Senior. I'm here supporting our Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Yes, we all got people do not do sewage. Not so not it's you know name say I said good morning to everybody greeting you. I'm glad to see everybody here. I am part of the planning committee. I also am the HR director for the Northern Alpha tribe.
That was Norwell. I work for the Northern Alpha Business Council.
That's Session Brown. Everyone see what.
Good morning. My name is Tom Arjo. I'm the co-chairman for the Northern Alpha Tribal Committee, and then I'm the Northern Alpha.
My name is April Goggles. I am Economic Development for Northern Alpha Tribe.
And I am co-chair economic development for Northern Alpha Tribe, and we've been part of the planning committee. How for being here.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Brendan Harjo. I work for Mark Armijo, our Northern Alpha Tribal COO. So I'm his assistant, and also too, we are part of the planning committee. So if you guys need help or assistance, please ask any one of us. We're here to help you guys. Thank you for all being here.
Zanbechu, Zandabe, Nenai Jennifer Limho, and there's no story. So I'm actually a member of the Eastern Shoshone tribe. I'm a direct descendant of Chief Washiki. I'm somebody who's not a separatist. I believe that there's power in numbers. And coming together today and seeing so many nations represented, it's a good feeling. It's a good day. I thank everybody for being here. I also work for Martin's office. I'm a community coordinator, and really excited to be part of this. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Malcolm Bowers. I am a member of the Northern Alpha Tribal Committee.
My name is Royal Lostis Lincoln Stone Jr. I'm a member of the Rosebud Sioux tribe and also part of Wopila. I'm the department chair of the Logistical Studies Department at St. Delegation University, which is chartered by the Rosebud Sioux tribe. But what I do want to say is I thank you all, since we are part of the TCUs, which is tribal colleges and universities. I thank you for inviting us. What I do want to say is the Oglala Lakota part is on my father's side. We come from Mahdialuta, Red Cloud, but also we come from related to Unji, Shotnahai, which are related to the Long Hills and Oglala also. Oh, Henry Dulo and Dr. B.P. Lamia.
My name is Sunny Whitehat. I am a member of the Rosebud Sioux tribe and here on behalf of the Logistical Supremacists and Logistical University.
Hello everyone, I'm Johnny Cash. Hey everyone, my name is Michael Spears and I come from the Sioux Nation. I'd like to say surrounded by South Dakota, the center there, by way of Oakland, Montana, and I'm a faculty member at the St. Delegation University. And I just want to say thank you for having us here. It's wonderful to be a part of this living commemoration of our solidarity, and I'm looking forward to hearing not only the stories, but the active participation and remembrance, honor of why we fought, and not to forget that this isn't just a gathering and a show to have fun or whatever. We did that for a reason. We came together to fight for our solidarity, our sovereignty, and to remember the nameless and the faceless who left, and also to remember the power of our women and the children that were in the camp. The reason why we fought, the reason why we came together. We're still together. We're still here together, and we're going to remain that way. So, Wopila,
my name is Alvin Barrow Sr. I'm on the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council.
Steve Tukahe na da Wopila na nie chunte washte na pe choose your back where who is in it Yomakashi where in came Roshala Yabi almost Hello relatives, my name is Steve Leader, from the Rosebud Sioux tribe. I'm very, very proud to be part of the CHR program there in Rosebud. And we're going to collaborate, work together a long time ago. 150 years ago, our grandfathers are doing what we're doing, but they went on to all the agencies and gathered up all the people that wanted to live the old way, get away from the government's lies, promises, and all of that. So they ended up over there at the Bighorn. And on June 25th, 1876, that infamous battle took place. And that's why we're gathered here today. Similar. We're gathering. I've been going there for 19 years. I have a group called Descendants of the First Wopilas, the Great Sioux Nation, at the Greasy Grass Creek, also known as Battle of the Little Bighorn, June 25th, 1876. When I first heard of this gathering taking place, I was really, really glad, really happy. And a young man named Chris Eaglebeard is the one that was spearheading this from Rosebud. And I try to be involved as much as I can. years ago, we fought against each other, against the white people. We were on the same side. And now today, we're working with the Washichus. And a perfect example is there's some 3 people sitting here to my left. We're going to work together over at the camp, the designated camp area, at the Rosebud property, the battle grounds there. And I'm really, really glad that things changed over the years. Working together with, I want to ask them to stand up because they're going to be helping people for first aid. They're from Boston, they work with the Rosebud Sioux tribe. You want to give them a hand, they're helping you with first aid. Go ahead, Stroll, I'll take to wash day.
Okay, did we leave anybody out? Okay. Dion, did you introduce yourself?
No.
All right, we'll put you on the spot.
Everyone, Miss, Chisele, the Wopila, the one. I'm a member of the Northern Cheyenne. My name is Dion Kilsback, and I'm here as the coordinator for the Northern Cheyenne Tribe's 150th anniversary. And I'm also here in my legal capacity as attorney for the Northern Arapaho Tribe. So when we talk about allyship, the Northern Arapaho gets it. They hire the best attorneys in the country. And if there's something we can learn from the Northern Arapaho, we can learn from them here. Why? Because the Wind River Reservation wasn't theirs, but they're here. They're not going anywhere. Let's apply that same entity to everything else, right? For all of our people, all of our tribes. It's all of our land, and we can get it back. So it's a great story. I'm glad that the Eastern Shoshone showed up and expressed unity and one people. It's great. One of the things that I know that we often do here is we tend to hear each other talk, and it's great to have stories, but one thing that I like to do is keeping my bosses in line is making sure we stay on track. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but we have a schedule, and a lot of people have come from hundreds, if not thousands of miles. And your stories are all important. We're not trying to say that they're not important, but we're trying to say that we have a schedule, and we want to make sure that we have the tasks that we agreed that we would complete or update you on, so that when we get there on June 25th, that we're organized. So out of respect, can we remember that the mic is important, but it's more important for us to stay on track so that we can complete the tasks that we committed to. So if you want to, if you want to talk about stories, that's great. We ask you to step outside and you can have those stories. But we do have a schedule to keep, and we have a limited time and space here. And just like we did at, in Rosebud last month, all this stuff, it costs money, time, whether it's space, whether it's refreshments, whether it's you guys, traveling, getting, money for travel, getting taken from your work as workers or from government. We know how precious this is in terms of the time, but also the effort. So out of respect for everybody here that's made that journey and committed to it, let's stay on track. And if I can be of any assistance, Cordelia and I, we all want to help and go about this in a good way. So I'll say that and turn the mic back over to our leaders up here, Mr. President Frank.
Okay, I believe we've got a couple more people over here. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Valerie.
Hello, Kathy. My name is Valerie Adams. I'm a Wopila Sioux tribe. Currently, the public relations for President Starr comes out, also on the communications team. I wanted to notate that Tony Gray will be doing side interviews. I as part of our collection of information, and also emphasize that, you know, we're here, and I'm happy to see so many people that have been coming continuously to the meetings and all of the new faces. I want us to understand together that as 150th, we're planning this for the youth. You know, we want them to learn this history. We want them to be proud of themselves and to go forward with it. You know, 50 years from now, most of us will be here. So we really want to make sure we emphasize that with today's information. Thank you.
My name is Byron Burrow. I'm from the Sioux Tribe. I work with the Secretary's Office, Archives, World Records Management.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all here. My name is Tashina Safa Thunderhawk. I am currently working with the Wopila Sioux Tribe as one of the Secretary's database technicians, and it's good to see you all.
Okay, all right, did we forget anybody? Stephanie, go ahead.
My name is Stephanie. I'm still by Rosebud. I'm an administrative assistant to President Franklin South, and we are cousins, just so everybody has the same last name. But it's exciting and an experience that we're all going to experience, and exciting to me. So I'm glad I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, and last but not least, our host tribes. We want to introduce them.
Good morning. Mike Leo to Northern Apple Business Council. Just want to say I'm glad that y'all can make it near and far, and hope you have a good day today.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to see a lot of faces here today. This is one of the big moments for us. Right now, with the way the administration is in this day and age, we're going to have to stick together. There's things that tribes are going to have to do in order to be heard and in order to keep our funding. There's a lot of things that Indian country is facing right now. So with all our allies here, let's keep that in mind. One thing that Northern Apple Tribe is looking towards is having a water meeting in July or August so we can all get together and talk about our water. So I just want to make that announcement now so you can keep that in the back of your minds. But these are things that affect our daily lives, our water, our land, our medicines, our resources that we have. Right now in Indian country, Indian country holds 70% of this world, of the natural resources here in the United States of America. That's why they're wanting to look at our land for things that they think that they're going to throw away or they're going to forget about, such as mill tailings. We have mill tailings here. So those kind of things that we're facing as tribes, we have to all stick together. So I'm glad, I hope everyone is here. Look forward to meeting, visiting with you. My name is Kim Whiteman Harjo. I'm co-chairwoman for Northern Apple Tribe.
Good morning. Like I said earlier, my name is Martin Armeno. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Northern Apple Tribe.
Okay. All right, I think that's it for introductions. Introductions, the crowd this size takes a long time. And it's good to hear all the people here from different nations. And, I always try to have my staff keep track of what tribes are here, who's represented, or who came here on their own and things like that. And
we write those tribes down just for our records and to our media people that you see up here in the front. It's being broadcasted back home and even in on the YouTube. So we have our local colleges here. We're trying to collaborate with other colleges. So throughout this process here, we encourage all tribes to do the same. This is why we have these meetings here, is so to give each other ideas. And I'm just going to give you a brief update as we go along on what where we've been, what we've accomplished, and what we're working on, and where we're at, and where we will be come June 25th. So with that, we traveled. This is probably our. We had 5 meetings. One was in Casper in September. Then we had 2 in Rapid City in October and December. And we had one in Billings, Montana. And the last one we just had was in Rosebud, just past April. And today, obviously, we're here in Riverton, and we appreciate the tribe for hosting us. So we talked a lot about organizing on different resources of bringing each tribe, bringing their resources to the table. But I think we're way past. But I just want to give you a brief update on what's been going on. I know each tribe we stop at and have meetings. We have to constantly update to catch people up, just let them know where we're at. Sometimes questions get asked over and over again each stop we make, but that's okay. We have to be patient. We're huge nations, and our people want to know what's going on. So we have to be patient when we repeat information. But we try to keep it brief so everybody's on the same page. And then we also try to encourage each tribal nation to take advantage of some of the ideas that are expressed out here. A lot of good stories out there for each tribe that each tribe brought to the table. So that's great, and we're going to continue to make that happen. I know I didn't see the Park Service on here, and we want to give them some time to speak. And we also have maps, and I think we have some maps that we'll put on the screens just to give you a better idea of where this encampment is going to be. And I'm going to ask Mr. Wilbur to come up here and maybe give a little introduction. We worked with him to secure some land for this event. And I'll let him talk a little bit about what he has to offer the Sioux tribes and the allies. Maybe I should be saying all the allied tribes, but we're all in this together. So we're all going to make mistakes, but that's what we're here for. And I want to mention this is very important that we always leave the door open for ideas that you may have and bring to the table. And I want to also mention that to the host tribes here, that the door is always open. You're more than welcome to bring your stories and some of your ideas that you may have to incorporate if you want to share, if you're going to camp out at the site, and how we can work together. That involves traditional ceremonies and ideas like that for you, things like that. We have Russell Berrybull here, his team over here. They have a lot of good ideas. Our Eagle Bear also. And Chris is also here too. So I'll let them speak on behalf of the youth. And what they're doing. A lot of great ideas out here. Some of the things that we need to talk about is setting up. We need to start planning an agenda from the time we're going to set up to the time we're going to tear down the camp. So we need to get that's one thing that we need to get rolling here is agenda. So we appreciate all the ideas that come to the table. What do you have? We put all these ideas together and how the camp's going to be set up. Not only that, we got to figure out how we're going to plan a route for all these First Nations to come together and write in on the charge day. We need to coordinate that. Also, I believe the parks want to communicate on that also. This is, I guess, this is a national monument or a place here, so I think they have their own set of rules that they have to follow at the battlefield site. And I just want to mention that, we'll be doing our own events across the river. Maybe we'll start a war party. No, I'm just kidding. But we need to figure those things out. It's crunch time. We got 1 month to figure this out. Well, a little over, almost 2 months. I should say, a month and a half. But we need to figure this out and work together. I know that Sioux Tribe wants to coordinate with Northern Cheyenne here and go after some teepee poles. So in the other tribal nations that have ideas like that, I'm kind of depending on them to show us where we can cut some teepee poles and get them harvest for the camp. I know Russell from Rosebud wants to set up a council, a big council lodge, so we'll have to figure out how he wants to incorporate that. I don't know if that's going to involve other tribes, but we need to get that set up as well. And are we going to have fires going, things like that? We need to coordinate probably with Mr. Realbird and see where we can pick some spots out. I know there's talks of putting sweat lodges and things like that up. So, but one thing I do want to mention is just recently I had a conversation with the Crow Nation. We sat down with them on a Zoom call and asked if maybe that was appropriate to do after all this time. We are coming onto their homeland, so we want to let them know that what we're doing. So we reached out to the Crow Nation. I talked with the chairman about meeting him in person to come down, just out of respect, that we're visiting his homelands, and we want to work with the Crow Nation just to make this a better event for all the visiting allied tribes. That was very tough to do, but we have to make that connection, and I think that this is a good time to do that. So I'll be meeting with the Crow Nation here probably, I'm expecting within the next 2 weeks. And any tribal leaders that want to join me, you're more than welcome. Keep in mind, this whole event is always open, and you're more than welcome to throw your ideas in if you want to participate. We need to pass that on to our tribal members that this event is open to the public. So we need to stress that. So sometimes tribal members don't know that. So we have to just remind them that this is a public event and it's open to the public. And we want to show up in numbers in a good way. So we'll let them know who we are when we come together on things like this. So it's very powerful. It's strong, and it's good to see that history. All the LA tribes are coming together again in a good way to celebrate one of the greatest victories that our people have over the United States government. So don't be proud of yourself on that one. But I won't take up too much time. I just wanted to mention that, get people caught up with what we're doing, where we're at, and we come in a good way. We don't want to disrespect anybody. And if I butchered your name this morning, I apologize. There's so many names out there. I get thrown around. Sometimes I get caught off guard. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting old up there, my age too. But with that, I think maybe we'll. Dion, did you have any idea on what you guys are doing as far as the teepee poles?
Yes. So Ernest and I and Eugene met last week with our tribal health department, which has a big program, and also our buffalo program. So we have the ability to harvest 20 sets of teepee poles. And so that would mean we need volunteers, so we're going to reach out to our local schools to help with the killing and harvesting. So our buffalo program and our harvest program has scheduled this for next weekend, May 13th to the 17th. And we'll put a flyer out today. And so we want to invite tribes to assist in that. The 20 sets, obviously, our tribe will prioritize a few sets, but we want to be inviting and welcoming of other tribes that want to come, because we know you guys in the Dakotas don't have the lodge poles, accessibility that the Cheyenne and the Arapaho have. And I think the Arapaho already have plans for their own harvest, but I'll let the Arapaho leadership discuss that. So we have that availability. And what I mean by that is that our buffalo program and our harvest program will have trucks available to haul. We will have the tools for peeling. We'll have fuel for the trucks. We just need bodies to do the peeling. And so if you can come with your trucks, your people, and then you can assist in that harvest. And so what we usually do at Northern Cheyenne is we usually take a couple days. Sometimes it's an overnighter, but because of the amount of teepee poles that we're going to plan to harvest, we're taking 4 or 5 days for this. And obviously, our ability to harvest is going to really depend on how many people we can gather for volunteers. With the buffalo program staff, our ARPA staff, we have maybe 5 or 6 of them. But then we're going to have our own, tribal folks, or maybe even our societies. Well, we'll bring a few crews of, 4 or 5. And usually it's 1 set per person, or, per family, or per society. So, 1 family can take 2 sets, sometimes 3 if they're really are aggressive. But 20 sets is a huge harvest. We've not done a harvest this big, but we're doing it because we plan on it. And so we want to invite our ally tribes to join us in this, because we think it's important to share, but also to collaborate. And if we can get these poles harvested next week, it gives us enough time for the poles to dry and cure, and so they can be used for June 25th. And
who is your contact person?
I'm the contact person.
So do you want to give your name and number, so if there's tribes here that want to go and harvest with you, they can take that down?
Sure.
Thank you.
Can you raise your hand? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I'm looking around, and again, there's a voice.
Yes, if you could please stand and wave. Stand and announce yourself.
Dion Kilsback. Dion Kilsback, 406-672-4779. And we'll have our local person, our ticket program, officer coordinator that's Grinnell Kills Night. He's going to be the one taking our local volunteers with our team. So yes, that is our update. So I was going to do that. Ernest, Vice President, go ahead.
Good morning again. I think our plans changed. There's a Board of Health Director. She resigned. So I think we're gonna need some more traders. And it's gonna be on the week up to 18th. We're gonna stay in Sheridan. So I'm not too sure, Houston up here. I just heard this morning or last night.
Well, that's fine, Vice President. You're more in the know than me, so that's fine.
With anything that have changed, then Dion will have an update soon.
So our leadership is informed me of change. So I'll get that information and relay that. So pause. That's why we haven't issued the flyer yet. So I thought that was where we're at, but we'll issue the flyer and then have all the updated information. So hold on that. Our dates may be moved to the next week during the week. So instead of that weekend, maybe the week of 18th. Okay, so it's gone from the 14th, the 17th to the 18th to the 23rd of May. So that gives us more time. Gives you guys more time to plan. So I'll get the flyer updated for that. Yep. 18th. Sorry, 18th. So sorry. I did updated information. No longer the 13th to the 17th. It's going to be the 18th to the 23rd. So that's the update. I'll get the flyer out for you guys. Thanks, Teresa.
Yes, just a reminder, if you're going to speak, you are on live broadcast, so for the listening audience, probably should use the mic so they can hear you and your question or your comments or your ideas. So at this time, I know it's already 11:20. I'm going to let the Park Service come up here and give an introduction on what they're doing, and maybe we do have maps that we can probably pull them up. And I think it's just the maps of battle or the campsites. I'm not sure what you have entailed. But I'll let James come up and introduce himself, maybe and his team, or if you want to do it there, that's fine.
Yeah, we can just do it here.
Okay.
All right, thank you, President Stark comes out. So everyone, my name is James Novitsky. I'm the superintendent at the battlefield. I've also got Melinda McFarland up here with me. She's our interpretation program manager. She's got a couple quick updates just kind of on the park, the schedule coming up for the summer, and a couple of items that we're working on. And then I'll get into kind of an overview of what we're looking like for the 3-day event with the battlefield.
All right, good morning, everyone. I just wanted to update about summer operations. So starting Memorial Day weekend, if you're looking to come out and visit the park, we're going to be open at 8:30 to 5:30, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're still in the closure due to visitor center construction. We are hopeful that the July 4th weekend, we will be open 7 days a week, back to that normal operational schedule, still working on an 8:30 to 5:30 operational time. And then the other thing to just kind of update folks on is if anyone's interested in highlighting stories that they want the public to know, we are working on temporary exhibits featuring various things that you would like the public to know beyond this 150th event, kind of capitalizing on this group working together to continue these stories past this large event for the public. So these can be moved around within the visitor center, be taken out to outreach events, school groups. So if anyone is interested in highlighting a specific story or want that specifically, we can collaborate on that. The other thing is we are wanting to make this event very welcoming to everyone present. So we have played around with the idea of having a banner at the sort of orientation welcome booth that highlights sort of messages of welcoming in the various languages. I did have someone on my staff reach out to the variety cultural commissions that were posted on tribal websites. So if you wouldn't mind stopping by, but I just want to make sure that the spelling and the phrasing is correct on this. So we have kind of a rough copy for that.
Yeah, so for the event itself, the 25th, 26th, and 7th, what we are planning at the park is a 3-day anniversary celebration. With that, we'll be closing the park down to traffic during those 3 days. We are working with the Crow Tribe and the chairman to get a parking agreement set up where we would have off-site parking. We would provide a shuttle service to the park from that off-site parking. And then we'd also have a shuttle service within the park that goes from our visitor center towards our Last Stand Hill Indian Memorial, and then all the way out to our Reno Bentine property. So with that, like I said, it would be off-site parking during those 3 days. This is to allow the amount of visitors that we're going to be expecting in the area. We don't have a lot of flat land at the battlefield. We don't have a great area that's conducive for this type of event, so we'll be mainly using our visitor center parking lot and roadway for a lot of the event space. With that, we are also trying to set up different cultural booths, educational booths, and I've also sent out a message or a letter to tribal leadership about also the inclusion of teepees also for cultural demonstrations during the event. With that, we've got to get a permit. It's basically just a piece of paper for us for tracking. We have several of those permits here. Those permits would be for individuals that are speaking at the event, wanting to set up the cultural booth, wanting to set up the teepee, various different cultural demonstrations, whether it's drum groups, dance groups, any of those sort of different items. With that, we've got quite a few of the permit forms that we need, and then also W-9 and honorarium. And Melinda, will you talk about the speaking of the PBS? Sorry, we got spot.
Yeah, so we have contracted out for a Montana PBS filming company to come out and document the event for archival records. They'll also be giving us like a short kind of highlight reel at the end of that. The Park Service will own that footage, so if anyone wants that, we're happy to share that out as well. Part of that is they are able to put in a microphone to the sound system, so recording speeches again, so we can share this kind of beyond the event. So if anyone is speaking at the event, we would appreciate a just signed release form so we can share that talk and that footage out.
I have a question for you guys. My name is Christopher Quick. I have a question for you guys. So you guys are gonna host an event on your guys' property, which is the site of the battlefield. You're requesting tribes to come provide services to make the event look good. What are you guys gonna provide for our event down the way?
Well, we do have, and I was going to get to it here in a little bit, the honorariums for the different speakers, for the cultural groups, the demonstrations of all of those sort of different items. As far as for the areas outside of the park property, we cannot use the park property money or government kind of resources for those different types of events.
Okay, so just so I'm understanding, and I don't mean to offend anyone too, or offending anyone, but the only way you'll help this cause for the 150th is if we come to your event and speak on our history? That's the only way we'll get some kind of money, honoring, help.
Yes, with park funds, it has to be used for on the park property.
Okay, so then that adds on the bigger question. The bigger question is, what is the main purpose of your guys' event? I'd like to think if it's not to acknowledge what the nations are going to do, what is the main purpose? Are we going to celebrate the senators? Are we going to celebrate the congressmen? Are we going to celebrate the Park Service? Or what is the why for that event?
The main purpose of the event is obviously to celebrate the 150th anniversary. We've been working to do a balanced event on that, coming to these various different meetings, having our own meetings with the different tribal nations. Right now, it's for the 3-day event, we're kind of working through the agenda. What it's looking like is it would be a lot of tribal leaders speaking on the first day, various cultural demonstrations, those different types of events on the first day.
And then the last question is, so say if we do get some individuals that do help out, so say I go there and I do a big history lesson, will that stay with my nation, that recording that data, or will you guys own that?
So that's where we've got a couple different release forms, and it's completely up to the individual speaking on that. If they want to release it to the public, it's up to the public. If they do not want it recorded at all, it will not be recorded at all, and we would not be allowed to have that footage or use that footage. And if it's something that it would just be for release to the tribe, we could absolutely do that.
And that's with the PBS too, or the
yes, as far as the PBS, they're going to be the ones recording it, but we have all the rights from it within our contract, so that's where it falls into those different items. Yeah, so I guess I'll go now into kind of a little bit that I alluded to, what the agenda is kind of looking like at this point. We're working on a 3-day agenda. We've discussed starting off with a entry of nations, basically from the Last Stand Hill area, Indian Memorial, where various nations bring their flags down by our main stage, which would be in the visitor center. In that area, we'd be setting up different flags and different flag holders. There would be playing of the flag song. There would be also the national anthem afterwards. We've been in discussion with Montana National Guard about possibly doing a flyover for that as well. Then we would do a moment to kind of remember the veterans, for all the different veterans that have served in the military. After that, we would kind of go to an opening prayer. From the discussion from the last couple different meetings, it sounds like Arvel Looking Horse was kind of the one that was kind of the highest or most recommended for that. We would then go into a welcoming from the
Donald Trump and Adolf Hitler, the best people ever.
So after the opening prayer, then we would go and do welcoming remarks. The Crow chairman would like to give some remarks on that. And then throughout the day, it would be a variety of different tribal leaders, tribal historians, and different cultural demonstration groups, education, also different horses coming throughout the park. So that's kind of what we're thinking for day one. Day 2 and day 3, we've got a little bit more time as far as the speaking, so we've kind of opened that up a little bit more to longer format, different discussions with those different ones. The Northern Cheyenne has mentioned doing a couple different presentations, honoring Thomas Marcus, presentation on the late Senator Ben Nighthorse Campbell, and then also a parallels of the Washita battle. So those are the kind of events we're kind of looking at right now. We're still trying to finalize what that agenda looks like. But the big thing would be that we really need the permits for those different individuals that would want to be speaking on the battlefield agenda, and then we've also got a secondary stage as well.
Okay, thank you, James. So we're going to have one more speaker here, then we'll go into lunch. This next presenter here, we've been working with him in securing the land there, and we're very grateful he agreed to let us use his land. It's private land. So I'll let him speak a little bit about his area there. Brian, if we could probably pull up some maps there. And if you want, maybe if you come up here, so the crowd can take a better look at who you are. Yeah, we'll put you on the spot. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rilber. He can introduce himself.
Still morning? Yeah. It's still morning, I think so. Yeah. Good morning. It's a good day. I'm thinking my language, I'm thinking Crow. So English is my second language, so I say things backwards sometimes, so when you're listening, you have to kind of work with how that goes. So you can just stop me anytime, and you can look at your cell phones too. So even if you're looking at me, you just go like this. Use your cell phones. It's all right. If you want to get up and leave, come outside. That's okay too. You got the release from our eye-to-eye contact kind of thing that they do. I usually. So I started a while back last year. I knew this thing's coming to hang around. I don't know. I'm kind of like I think I'm a warrior, Frank. I rode those sagebrush. I swam the Little Bighorn on the split stage to say I could cross it going after horses. And I rode I took spills in that sagebrush, and I lost my horse, and I had to walk, and I thought, man, I'm not a very good warrior. I had to lost my horse, and I'm walking through the sagebrush and trying to get back home. So I feel like I have a connection to this event. And for 70 winters, I've lived at that. I spoke the Crow language for 70 winters, and I knew this is the thing is coming up. Frank told me to stop when the food's ready. I started with James. I said, no, James' hands are tied. And this is a big event. So we have, I do the Battle of the Bighorn reenactment. So I have a stage. I can see 1,000 people on electricity. My stage is about 11 acres. The river runs through the property. And I spoke with James. I went to the meeting. I thought, oh, there's going to be some people there. And yeah, I showed up. It was James. Battle administrative conference room. I was gone. Looking around, he wasn't even sitting down. That's how important it was. you were standing up, and usually when you're meeting, you sit across from each other and stuff, you were standing up, and I thought, I wonder if I came to the right place. And I asked him, who else is going to be here? He said, it's you and me. So he said, I got land down there. I know you guys got to do background checks, permission, permits, and everything. I said, well, just let people know that I'm down there. I want to offer this. The place. I'm a little bit uncomfortable when people say I own that land. My thoughts, my mind, the way we thought in the old days, people you don't own land. It's a place. It's sacred. So I was kind of a little bit uncomfortable with the way that was. I know that you guys have okay to feel like there's a crow in here. Okay. So I married a Blackfeet. First time I went to Blackfeet country, man, they didn't even like me. Oh man, a lot of women too. Your family's big. There's a lot of women. The women kind of hang on to that. Men, we have a way. We say, let's sit down together and tell when we counted 2 and stuff like that. There's a way that we did that with tribes all the time, each tribe. But women, you don't sit with them. So they hang on to that. And they say, oh, that is crows. What do you bring a crow all the way to Blackfeet country for? You know? But I had fast horses. So that's how I got to Blackfeet country. She had fast horses too. So I thought Blackfeet with fast horses, that's a pretty good deal. So that's why I went. But it's okay to feel like crow. So, but to camp there, I think we have to go back. Where's Dion? Dion took my advice and walked out now. Yeah, that's all right. I just wanted to tell Ernest, when you go after those poles, leave them at the place so you're not trucking 50-some miles or wherever you guys want to take it. But the peeling part, peel them somewhere else. There's peeling, a bunch of people come and track the place and cars come, so bring the peeled poles, put them at the camp. That way you're not trucking on the 23rd. Today we're going to set the camps up. Okay, so I'll tell Curtis that the store, that's 400 poles, 26. And then there'll be other keeping poles. So I think that's, leaving them there, that'll be good. And the other thing, you know, I kind of like to, guys are good people. Just want to remind you a little bit of sacred things that are there when you come to the place. We've had lots of ceremonies in the place. And when you come there, the people that actually come to the place, it would be good if we talked about respect before we got there. Your lodges, your own lodges. Take care of my lodge. You guys take care of your lodges, and there won't be no need for the rules. If the women are the owners of the lodge, See, the women used to be the ones to do the poles and set the teepees up, right? So I don't know if that's going to be like that on May 18th, no?
No.
The men? Okay, all right. I was thinking the women deal with set the teepees up, but I guess it's all right. So,
My team says we're proud.
We're glancing at.
Yeah, so, okay. You own the lot. The women own the lot. That's where we come from, the mother. And the river, the water is the mother. And the lodge is the mother. And the dirt, the land, is the father, the creator. So without one, they're not the same. In public school, they say Mother Nature. Okay, that kind of sounds good, Mother Nature. But without a father, there's no creation. So when people come, before they get to the checkpoint, they bring a good spirit. It'll be a good camp. But I kind of think whoever security is, I forget what we're going to do. I think we need a little bit of policy so that we can warn you if they're not. There's misconduct or different things. We need a little bit of say. This is a first warning. If you want to bring stuff on and it's not good or have a negative energy, we'll warn you. Next time you might have to go someplace else because this is a camp. We pray there. We have our Sundance there, but the sweat lodge is there, the Native American church there. We fast on there. Grandma fasted on that ridge. I almost said that ridge, we're going to ride. So I included myself in this ride. I'm going to wear my shirt, and a war bonnet and everything. I'm going to ride a paint horse and be in there. But I always thought, maybe they don't want bros in there. We'll get to that day on June the 25th. We're going to ride on that property there. Maybe we'll go see James on his place, see what he says. So, getting back to the water. The river runs right through the camp. And when we camp, there's some bends on that river. We want to do a thing before all the kids get there. Russell, take care of the water, the river crossings, and things like that. That's important. This June 25th, water will be high, but it will be good. I think we can, like I said, it's one that thing in flood states to say I could do it. But there's a lot of places that it's not that easy to cross. So I want to do a ceremony at some time on the, what is that, 23rd camp setup day. Maybe 22nd would be Monday. Sometime and take care of the river. The way, maybe you guys have a way, and each tribe will have a way to take care of the river. So that, I think that's important, that we take care of that part of the safety and health. So the lodge is for the health. Your health doesn't come from IHS. Your health doesn't come from the government. Health comes from your lodge. So these poles that we're going to harvest, each one you're going to touch. You're going to go through the mountains, look at each pole, look up to the sky like this through there, and look to the ground, look at that pole, and you don't know, that's that's where your health comes from. Health doesn't come from outside of yourself. It comes from that tree that you're looking at. And we harvest, and we peel it, and get a really good rope. The ropes that you tie the lodges with are sacred. So that's where health comes from. So I'm 70, and I feel like I still have a lot of years to go, and I still put my own tiki up, and I used to try to have a good camp where there's food, where there's water for the horses. So the way we're set up now, we can do all the horses, there's water for everybody, but I think the only thing is some areas they're going to be out in the flats. Say no, there will be no sun shade or nothing. So when we do activities, I was kind of thinking maybe we get there on Monday. Guys can kind of look at some areas where there's shade to do activities. But if you don't mind sitting out in the sun in the flat, that's all right too. But I think we've got good areas that I've used to do stuff, and we'll have to go through on Monday, Sunday, when you guys, whoever coordinators are, that show up first, we'll start working with the camp selections. But we have, like I said, I think there should be about 100 acres that we can set up all this equipment and all these teepees. And if we need to, there's still some other places, some of the places that we want to keep. I think, what did you say, Kelvin? Kelvin was going to do the horses? Yeah. So, yeah.
Water.
Yeah, yeah. I think, where's the big map that we had? That was, which one? Okay, it's kind of hard to see, but whoever bringing horses, we can.
Real quick, if you have your camera or your phone, you can go up there. There's 4 maps up there. One of them is the actual battle site, or the camps of where the actual our ancestors camped out. And I don't know. I'll just point them out. You can take pictures with your cell phone, but this map right here shows the camps that were the actual camps of our ancestors back 149 years ago. And it's all the camps right here. If you could just take I'm not tall enough, but right up here is the battlefield. And right here is the little Bighorn River. And these are the actual camps about 149 years ago. Okay. I need someone taller. So if you can, if you want, again, you can walk up to any of the monitors, take a picture, and give you a better idea of what the camps looked like a long time ago. These are the actual areas where we're going to be camping out. Chris, if you'll point it out. Right there. Those. Again, these are various maps of the area we're going to be at.
And then with these maps, one thing that we really want to get accomplished today is getting a ultimate agenda made for all nations. And so that we can, whenever the tribes do get up there, you respect the tribes, we'll know where our camps are going to be. So I think that today will be an opportunity to solidify these events. You know, like my grandfather said, we come from the Wajaje clan, and that was between the Ogallala and the Minneconjou, just right here in this little area. And so, like, if you look at the maps today, that the whole area where our ancestors camped is still available. It's been untouched. There's a cool little house right here, but other than that, it's been untouched. And so that's our main goal for today, is if you want to connect those same horseshoes as those nations, or if you want to make it a little bit wider, because now we have vehicles we got to look at. Now we have equipment we got to look it up too. But that was the main intention behind. First off, I want to thank you guys for allowing us to dwell on the land for this event. But that is our main. This is our main goal: is how are we going to recreate this today? That is our goal for today. After we get back from lunch, because it smells beautiful. Okay, so up over here, right off the interstate, is where the battlefield is at, the National Battlefield Monument. And just about a mile south of that, off a little service road, frontage road, you get the Rosebud land that they have offered up for this. And this is really beautiful, because not only is it the land our ancestors came from, it's where we prepared for this big battle. And I know that the Forest Service is going to do their event, but that's on private land these days, same as ours. But we're allowed to do our event here without no restrictions. And so this is beautiful because it follows along the river, the same river that our people followed for a millennia, and it still flows today, just like our people. And so that is our goal. There are a little bit of areas in this area that are kind of like hilly that we need to consider too. And the big part of it is once we get these areas figured out, our security is going to be the next big part. And then once we get those two things figured out, everything else will fall into place. But that's kind of what the real birds have for us, is this whole section right here. And it's beautiful.
So if you look at the big red dot there on the map, if you want to take a look on the screen, right there, to the left of that dot there is the land that the tribes are going to be utilizing. You're going to see kind of like a square. That's the road. That's kind of like a loop. It's an actual paved road. And then just north of that is right around here is going to be the camps along the Little Bighorn River. That's where we're going to be at, right there. I know it's difficult to see from where you're sitting, but we're just trying to give you a general view of what where we're looking at. Again, it's right here along the Little Bighorn River. That's the prime location of this camp here, where all the tribes are welcome to set up. And we can show the actual encampments of each tribe on other maps that we'll put up there throughout the day. And today we want to establish an agenda on day one. You know, from day one, before we set up, when we're going to set up the camp, the actual day, Monday through Friday, and then maybe Saturday to tear down, things like that, making sure we clean up our mess, make sure things run smooth. So we want to work on an agenda, plus the activities that are going to be happening each day. I do know schools will be participating in this event, so it's going to be great. This is supported by BIA, so they're also trying to figure out how they can assist us along with the Park Service. Of course, the parks, they'll be doing their own thing at the visitor center. And as you just heard James talk about some of the events that we're hosting up there at the monument. And just across the river there, we'll be doing our thing, our own activities there. We want to make this a clean, safe event, a fun event. So we are stressing this is an alcohol and drug-free event. So we want to make sure that happens. And we also want to talk about security. You know, if you're going to participate as a tribe, please talk about your security, who you're bringing in. Ultimately, we want to set up a command center to coordinate with all the tribes in that encampment. That way, if we have any accidents or things, any emergencies, that we'll have coordination, communication. We want to establish with the local set up something with the local hospital. Let them know that there are going to be a lot of tribes on this day, during this week. So another thing that to keep in mind, that if you're going to plan to stay here, getting a place to stay in the area is little to no, I guess, space for that. So you're going to have to find, if you can't camp out, then you're going to have to find accommodations in the nearest cities, Billings and Sheridan. Those areas, but they are filling up fast. So for all the elders, I'm hoping that they have those in place already to accommodate your elders. And for the rest of us, well, guess what? We'll be camping out. So I think that's a good experience. You know, what we're going to try to do is we're talking. We need to set up. We'll coordinate porta-johns and things like that. Hopefully, we'll get some portable showers in the area. I know the Wopila tribe is talking about bringing a reefer for setting up, I guess, areas to serve food. Each tribe is probably gonna. We talked about bringing a buffalo. Maybe each tribe donating a buffalo or some maybe a cow or something. To accommodate the meals there. Those are some of the things that we have to figure out on our own. Because, you know, when this started, I thought we were going to coordinate all this with the Park Service up on that field, but there's so much restrictions the government has. We kind of shifted gears, and that's how we were able to coordinate with Mr. Rosebud here and securing the land, and so we can do our own thing. You know, on this side of the fence of the Park Service. Also, on the day of the charge, we're going to have to figure out how we're going to plan all the horse groups to come in, and where the I guess the audience that want to watch the charge during that day, we have to figure out how we're going to set up across the fence where the actual charge is going to happen. maybe set up some canopies there with a hill that they're going to charge at. There's a fence line there. We're going to have to coordinate setting up some canopies there for our elders so they can watch the event. And all the horse groups come in. So those are some of the things that that we need to be aware of, and that we need to plan, we need to coordinate, work together. You had a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to run up to my room and grab my laptop, but that's something I've been working on with Aaron, who's another landowner there. So I have a lot of maps too, and I have a lot of maps that are not public, I guess I would say. So I'm going to go grab that, and I'm going to let you guys look at it, but I figured starting with the rides, so we know Arville's doing one, the Cheyennes are doing their rides. So what I'll try to do is have all of you guys come up and tell me where your rides are, where they're starting, and then as you figure out the camping and things, I'll try to put that all on a central map so that we all have it, so that way as these things get planned, and like he said, the rides and all that. Yes?
Yeah, can you identify yourself again? I'm sorry.
My name is Ariella Gahan. I'm Chickasaw. I work really close with the Northern Cheyennes, and so I've been helping them with this event and things like that, as well as Baron Iron, who's a landowner there, who also wants to share his land for the tribes to use in whatever way they would like. But I think I went to the first and the second meeting, so as I'm hearing this, that's what I wanted to try to do, just have like an event map, so as we plan these things, we'll put them all on a central map so that we can all see them and use them moving forward.
Yes, thank you. Again, we want to incorporate everybody. So, yes, that'll be helpful if you do that. Again, so that's just the basic rundown. If you haven't, if you don't know, for the people here, that this is their first meeting, you're more than welcome to take pictures and give some input so we can utilize your ideas also. But that's, again, this is open to everybody, so please feel free to give input. Nothing is set in stone. Nothing is set in stone, so we welcome all ideas and all cultures, tribes.
Jed, can you explain a little bit how many horses, how many riders can be on the pavement?
Thank you, Vice President Loma. That was something that I wanted to speak with some of the tribal leaders about later. We've got some smaller maps here and can kind of show a few different options. And depending on kind of which option we go with, is going to kind of depend on the limitations with it. So I'd be happy to sit down with you guys here in a minute and kind of go over some of those.
Well, we still independent, right?
Absolutely. There's like I said, we're working on several different options and kind of want to hear what the best option would be and kind of work from there.
And you said you're working on the security parking lot with the code tribe. Parking space?
Yes, sir. Working on that parking agreement. I was able to meet with the chairman and vice secretary earlier this week. They both verbally agreed to it. Their legal team's looking at it right now, and they let me know that we should have it back early next week for that parking agreement.
All right, thank you.
I have a question for the Park Service. Now, your activities are happening on June 25th, 26th, and 27th, right? And you're basically going to bus people onto the site, right? For your presentations on the 25th or whatever you got planned, and you're working with tribes. Is that
So yes, we have kind of done a little bit of both with that. We've reached out with some official consultation letters. Also been holding different monthly sessions to kind of let everybody know what's going on. But yes, as far as that, on the 25th, 26th, and 27th, it would be the off-site parking and then shuttling people to the site, and then also throughout the tour road.
Let me ask you one more question, or maybe two. We're going to have our activities prior to the 25th, and we'll be there on the 25th. I think our main concentration is counting coup. Now, what kind of security are you going to provide? Your own national park security? Are you going to have law enforcement there, or members of ICE? Are you going to have those people there also?
Definitely not on the ICE participation. We are bringing in a team, as we're a very small park and very small staff. We are bringing in a team, an event management team. It's consisting of law enforcement. It's also a group of paramedics that are coming. There's bringing in ambulance. I think there's 4 EMTs that are going to be staffed during that week. They're also bringing in a wildfire crew as well, and then also just a group to help with the logistics as far as setup, tear down. I know our law enforcement section has also been meeting with the BIA and local sheriff to work out different kind of agreements to see what they can do to help out in the area for that week.
Is that for the 25th, 26th, and 27th? Or are you including our arrival there on a real word property?
So our team for that event management team, they're coming in a little bit earlier in the week. I believe they're coming in around the 22nd. Some of them a couple of days earlier, the 21st as well, maybe even the 20th. And then the plan is basically for the week through it, and then the 28th, 29th, kind of that time frame. Slowly, a lot of the team would be leaving and transitioning on to other large events within the kind of region.
Okay. I guess what I would like to know is how concerned do we have to be as far as interacting with the parks event? I know you wanted a controlled environment, but you got to remember there's going to be a mass numbers of tribes in the area. I think that whole parks or the whole visitor center is going to be surrounded with activity.
Yeah, with that when President Starr comes out, that's where we reached out to get the event management team. They're definitely the more senior law enforcement that have handled some of these larger events around the country before. So that's where we're kind of relying on them. Their main, I guess, objectives for that is to protect life, health, safety aspects, make sure that all the visitors are safe, that it's a safe event. We've talked to them about the amount of people that are going to be there. We've also talked about the horses, all those different types of contingencies coming. Their main goal is just to make sure that people are safe during the event, and that also, as far as any of the monuments, that sort of stuff, nothing gets damaged with the amount of people that are there.
Okay, well, we have one question, and then you'll be next. You'll be next. Go ahead. When you speak, just identify yourself and try.
Frank Lee, I'm a civil engineer. I'm a Navajo tribal member. But I was curious the size of the parking that you're going to be setting up. If you're going to have signage for traffic movements, for places for pickup, as well as having like porta potties set up and wash areas and water supplies for people while they wait for your buses.
Yeah, excellent question on that. That's where we're bringing in the larger event management team, very heavy on the logistical side. We're definitely got quite a few of the porta potties coming in. We're also going to have various hydration stations set up all throughout the park, definitely at the various shuttle sites as well. We've also got bathrooms near there. We're kind of finalizing right now the kind of wayfinding signage, what that's going to look like. We're also bringing in several of the large road construction variable messaging boards to kind of direct traffic off the highway so that everybody knows where the parking area is going to be, and then definitely working heavily on the signage, like I said, just as far as information.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Here's my question. Sergio Maldonado. Sergio Maldonado.
Hit that button one more time. Oh, there you go.
Sergio Maldonado, Northern Arapaho Tribe. I work as the education director. I've never heard a quantifiable number in all this wonderful discussion. This is going to be a phenomenally huge cultural event. I venture to say that you better prepare for 200,000 people plus animals. And that might be an underestimate. Tribal people are going to show up, 200,000 plus. All the teepee poles, all the horses, all the dogs and cats are going to come with us too. So we better be ready for this. Yes, health and safety is a primary concern. Without that, the whole notion of a cultural, phenomenal activity becomes less and less. 200,000 people. Do you even have the road capacity for something like that? Let alone all the portage runs. Yeah. Just being pragmatic. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, just keep in mind, the Crow Tribe is also going to do an event. We'll be doing an event, parks will be doing their thing. So this area is going to be heavily congested with traffic. Okay.
Kim, what your question? That was going to be my question was, are we going to have a copy of your agenda too? Because we're going to be using our cars, our vehicles, how wide are your roads? Are they one road, one car road, or are they two cars going back and forth? Are you going to have roadways designated? Because otherwise we're going to be in a land and we're going to be stuck in traffic sitting on those roads. What things are going on?
Yeah, as far as the roads kind of right around the park, off the highway, there's only a few different roads. Most of them are the two-lane roads where it's one direction each way. It is definitely going to be a mess, as President Starr comes out just alluded to. The Crow Tribe also has Native days going on at the same time. The Railbird family has their reenactment. I believe it's the 26th, 27th, and 28th. So that brings in extra guests. Also, the local county right outside of the reservation in Hardin has their own event that goes on, which is about 20 minutes away, called Bighorn Days during that time. We've been coordinating with the Montana Highway Patrol and BIA of kind of the best way of managing the traffic. But I would expect, especially on the 25th, that there's going to be heavy traffic.
So I think that in order to get organized, I think that we all need to have a copy of each other's agenda so we know what's going to happen at what time, and we can all support each other on those. Otherwise, it's going to be a free-for-all. It really is. But the powwows that we have, they're really big and they are coordinated, so we know what we're talking about when we say there's going to be a lot of people coming. Just want to make sure we're going to be ready for it, and we don't want to be at a standstill.
Yeah, that's a great idea. We need to share information here, make this well-coordinated effort here. Of course, we're going to run into a lot of problems there, but we're just going to have to, the leadership's just going to have to stay in touch, and hopefully we'll have those communication and equipment available, and so we can coordinate the tribal leaders to make this run smooth. So, okay, I hear some people's stomachs growling. I'm getting dirty lips now, so. Okay, so at this time, I do believe I'll turn it over to Allison Sage. Did I say it wrong? Oh, okay. We'll do the meal prayer. We'll break for lunch for about an hour, then we'll resume the program. So at this time, I'll turn it over to the elder here. Meal prayer.
Well, hey, Jana, I want to thank you all for coming. There's a lot of things that we're talking about, and a lot of people coming from all tribes, all nations, all directions, and hopefully we have enough resources.
Sorry.
That.
Well, we got a spirit plate over here for you. What? A spirit plate. Sorry.
So I want to ask you all to, well, first I want to say thank you for my sister asking me to pray. It's an honor to be with all of you. You can feel the power and the energy in this room, and all of the people that we stand in front of, all of our tribal members, those children, we stand for them, and we talk for them. So when we talk, we have a whole tribe behind us that we're speaking for. And it's thousands of people. And so I'm glad she brought the food plate up for the spirits. And our relative Wilbur talked about our health and our food. They really have good teachings, that all of us, we all have good teachings, and we got to share them with our younger people. Because we have all these Christians that are trying to take them away and increase their money and their numbers so they can have a good life in lieu of our children. And we're just struggling. We've been struggling to keep what we have, and we still have a lot of good things, but we got to continue to share that with our children and teach them. And so I'm glad we have a youth program that's going to be part of this. It's really important. So we got to teach them to pray every day in the best way we can, and share these things that we have. As you can feel the energy and the power in this room today, that's why we're still here, because we stick together, we pray together. And we've been facing decolonization for 500 years, but we've overcome it, we're still here. And sometimes we had to, even our chief, we had to go and help the cavalry to save our land, to save our people. And there's a lot of things that stories that have been untold that we had to do to survive. And the main thing is we're still here. Whatever happened, we're still here. And I've been going on the victory ride with our riders, our families, relatives, and there's still animosity against tribes. And they asked me to pray, and I said, whatever happened 150 years ago is gone. The government's after all of us today. And as you walk around in this room and you talk to people, you're going to be related to each other. somewhere along the way, we're all connected. We're all relatives. We're all children of the Creator. So think about that, and whatever happened, let that go, because we want to be strong together and pray together. And economics makes us do funny things, money, but that doesn't feed us. That doesn't keep us alive. So with that, I'm going to ask you to pray along with me in your minds. Think about yourselves, because all of us, we have something that's bothering us, that's hurting us, that we worry about, that we don't talk about with anyone. So think about that, whatever those issues are, and pray for them for ourselves, so those things will be better for us. And I'm going to ask you to pray along with me and think about the food that we have here in our land, and this nourishment that we're going to get from this food in our homes here. You know, a lot of people don't have this food that we're going to eat. They don't have water. And water is very important to our health. And the farmers are saying 6 months from now, so I want all of you to prepare. There's going to be a food shortage because of the ice taking our workers away, the water, no water. So start planning, preparing for your home now. Start stocking up, because things are going to get bad in 6 months in December. There's not going to be much food around. Everybody's going to be hustling. And then, you know, even we might not have no more commodity cheese either. But anyway, pray along with me. Right? Back at us today. Be with us today. Send our prayers out to the ones that we are thinking about, the ones that we care about. Pity us in this time, that we'll have courage and strength to continue on. Bless the things that worry us, that hurt us, that we can get over them, we can overcome them. Give us strength and guidance and courage to continue on with our lives. Bless this food so it will give us nourishment to continue on with our lives, our energy. Pity the ones that have no food, that have no water, that have no home, that have no car, that have no gas. Pity the ones that are suffering, that are having a harder time, the ones that are mourning the loss of the loved ones. We're having a funeral right now for one of our elder ladies, the family's mourning. Bless all of our people, wherever they are at, that they'll have a blessing today, that our prayers will be with them, so we can continue to be strong, and we can say good words today, and have good thoughts, and build good relationships, and continue on with this historic event that happened. And we're lucky to still be here. And we pray that good things will be protected through this event, and we can continue to go home, and our home fires will be safe when we get back home. Our home fires will give us comfort and protection from the elements, and we'll have food and water in our homes. Well, hey,
Wopila. Okay, so we'll break for lunch. Elders, I believe they'll be bringing plates to you. Elders, and the rest, I guess you can just form the line. We'll continue here.
I don't know. So, my name is Christopher Uber. I am 28 years old and I'm a member of the Rosebud tribe. I also represent the tribal council. A year and a half ago, no, too far. A year ago, my grandfather came back from the 149th Battle of the Bighorn, whatever it is that they were doing last year. And when he came back, we sat outside the house, we shared a cigarette, and we talked. He talked about what he's seen and how, as the years have gone on, more and more, less, I should say, there's been less and less of I guess, support or notice about the battle site itself and how a lot of nations are doing their own events now. And so it's not coordinated. There are things that happen that probably tribes should be a part of. You know, he was just telling me about how he wished that the Battle of Sioux was honored. And hearing it from my grandfather, and having a lot of back and forth with him, as well as one of my mentors that helps me with my spirituality, we realized something. And ever since I was a little kid, I've been a part of organizations, I've been part of groups, youth councils. I was a part of the Sioux Youth Council when they repatriated 9 relatives. And during that whole endeavor, one thing that always was the main, I guess, one of the things that always came up to us as kids was people have tried to do this many times in the past. Bringing back the relatives. A lot of nations have tried to come together, but it always fizzled out. And so, as a group of kids, when we were presented this opportunity, it came at us from left field. We didn't expect to get these. We didn't go to Carlisle to get relatives. We went to a conference called Unity, and on the way home, that's where we got the kid. We stopped in at Pennsylvania, last minute stop, and it was that stop that changed the nation for our people, because a lot of us had no clue what a boarding school was, just like how a lot of our people have no clue what we're planning here today. There's a communication error. I don't know if it's with our tribal leaders and our people, or if it's just the fact that we don't know how to reach out. We don't know how to talk to each other. We don't know how to be good relatives. These are questions that you think about as a kid growing up. And so with Carlisle, that started from one of the youth. She was my auntie. She was younger than me. Reservation like that, you know. But she was my auntie. She was younger than me. And she popped the question, why don't we bring them home? And profound question from a child, why don't we bring them home? And that started a movement, a 7-8 year movement that's still going to alive and well today, which is the boarding school efforts, repatriation. Parents repatriated, I believe 3 of them just a year and a half ago. And so these efforts are still ongoing. It started from a group of kids that wanted to do something because their spirits were awakened, their spirits were lifted. And so with the 150th, talking back and forth with my grandfather and my spiritual leader back at home, one thing that's always apparent in these gathering meetings is this idea of unity. We met 7 times. 7 times, and we're still trying to figure out how are we going to come together. It's very simple looking at it from a different perspective rather than a tribal perspective. If you ask your kids on how to do stuff, they're going to tell you the simplest ways on how to do it. Because to them, life is easy. Because life is easy. We make it harder than it has to be. And that came across the sea 500 years ago, that mindset. So with the youth aspect of this whole 150th, it's a beautiful movement. The 150th is just going to be the catalyst of what our movement can be. Back in 2025, when the president took office, we were asked the question, what's your answer? How are you going to respond to him? How are you going to respond to all these things coming up? And, you know, people were running all over. We were chopping each other's heads off. We were scared because we didn't have an answer. But there was one thing that me and my group kind of thought of, and it was this reality of history repeats itself if we don't learn from it. If you don't learn from our mistakes, you tend to make the same mistakes again. And with it was talked about, it was trickled on. Everyone that spoke so far today has talked about the tip of the iceberg. So now let's go in depth on what it means. The who, what, where, when, and why, and how our youth are a vital part in all of this. So the who, what, where, when, and why for this endeavor, this 150th movement is, who are they? Who are we celebrating? Each and every single one of your ancestors, each and every one of you is a reason why your ancestors fighting this battle is the reason why you're here today. You know, they talk about all these horrific things, all these things that keep going on. And, you know, it's even within our own people, this idea that these events are just silly, that we don't need to come together. Those are the things that are talked about back at home. Because what are these tribal leaders going to do for us? And so what made Rosebud unique was we came at it from a different approach, from the youth standpoint. I know that our tribe always makes things happen with the flick of a wrist. And for the 150th, for the who, we had to understand our history. Because we've been working on boarding schools. We've been working on the historical traumas of everything. But why did we get to that point? Because of this battle. Because of this victory that we had won 150 years ago. They talk about 250 years, the United States gaining its independence today, this year, celebrating its independence from establishing its own nation. And what's unique is 90 years after they established their own nation, they had a civil war. The South and the North. And the South tried to beat the North in their own game. They tried to beat the United States, and they lost to the United States. Their own people lost. 10 years later, they went to go to battle with the great Sioux nations and our allies, and they lost to us. We are the only nation in the whole world, in the entire existence of the 250 years of the United States gaining its independence, that have captured the flag and have proven that we are better than them. We have strong minds. We have strategic minds. And they couldn't understand that because we didn't live the same way they lived. We didn't walk the same way they walked. We didn't talk the same way they talked. And to them, we were foreigners. We were savages. To us, they were foreigners. They were savages. And so when you look at the history is only told by the one writing the book. And so that's why you see the stereotypes of the Native American. The drunk, the wasteful management, the casinos, those are all narratives by the white man. You look at the African American lifestyle, all narratives of the white man. They're full of drugs. They smuggle in people. They do all these horrific things. Those are white man words. And because of the oppression, we became that. We believed it and we became it. So everything you know about the Native American comes from not our own selves. With the 150th and with the idea of the youth is we have that opportunity to share our stories. We have the opportunity to tell them who we are. The 150th is just a moment in time where we're going to come together, but that's going to be the catalyst of what the movement is going to be about. And that's why I'm up here, is to talk about what the movement can be. The 150th is unique because we have doctors in the crowd. We have lawyers in the crowd. We have tribal leaders. We have teachers. We have security guards. We have first responders. We have IT specialists. We have all these things that the world doesn't know about us because all they know is the drunk Indian. And so what's beautiful about this event is we have the opportunity to tell about who we are. And that's the who. The what. What is this? What is this event? We've been coming here for 9 meetings, and we've been, or 6, 7 meetings, and we've been talking about what is this? We keep repeating it, and that's good because, President Sarkham's expressed was, people are still going to find out about the event, even leading into the event itself. People are still going to be coming to the door, wanting to be a part of the event, because the idea of our nations, of our children growing up, is our children want to be a part of something bigger, much bigger than themselves, much bigger than themselves. And at home, sometimes we don't have the resources in place so that they can be a part of much bigger organizations. So sometimes they want to hang out with their friends that they think are cool, or maybe they want to hang out with uncle that they think are cool. And little do we know, uncle and cousins, we like to make crime happen. thus creating these cycles, because we think that it's something bigger than ourselves, because we have never come together on this scale. We come together to protest, we come together to fight, and those are great, those are really great, but do we know why we're fighting? Are we just going for a photo op? Because those are the real conversations we need to have, Nothing against the Park Forestry Service, I think you guys are doing a good job, but we're not going to sell out for $1,000 to share stories, If the white man wants to know what we're going to do, they can come to our camp. They can hear it from our own people. They can see how our people lived 100 years ago. And so one of the things that will make this movement big is the kids. The youth are the vital part in all of this, because no matter what we do, if you don't have the youth there, the movement doesn't mean anything. All these efforts from all these people means nothing until the kids are there. And so we need to talk about that. We really need to establish what our main thingy is, because where Rosebud's at, when this came up, it was just a sole effort from a select few people in Rosebud. And within that, we tried reaching out to all the tribal programs, or not tribal programs, all the tribal chair people of the nations. Started with the smaller ones, because they were easier to get a hold of. And then we worked our way to the bigger ones, and that's where I left it with our Madam President. And out of all the meetings, this came out of it. And so the fact that the tribal chairmen want to make this happen means that they believe in what the vision could be. And that is the what. What came out of this, what keeps happening, where. 150 years ago, our ancestors dwelled on the land of wherever they lived. They say that Crazy Horse doesn't have a headstone because the world is his headstone, because we belong to the world. We're not. We're all going to make that journey someday. And we're all going to be with him again in that big camp that they say is in the south between those two mountains. That's where my grandfather is going to go, and that's where I wish to go to, with the rest of our ancestors. And so where we're at is unique because, this area gave a lot of nations their names. Rosebud got our names from this area, Battle of Rosebud Creek. And what's unique about our site is it's where our ancestors camped leading into the battle. We're going to be where our ancestors were days leading into the fight. We're going to be in those same lands. That's powerful in its own way. Now the why. The why is the biggest reason behind all of it. And then for Rosebud, our why was the reason Rosebud was able to come together so much easier. Because the why makes you want to be a part of the much bigger calling than what we're giving you guys. The why will make you want to do this out of your own heart, because the why is why we're alive. The why is waking up the spirit. Once you wake up your spirit, those of you that have gone through an Iniki, gone through a Huwangwachi, that have the Hamlecha, those of you that have experienced a calling, whether you're in church, whether you're talking to someone, whether you've come out of the darkest moments of your life, you were touched by God. You received something much higher than yourselves to be a better relative, not just for yourselves, but those around you. Waking up the spirit makes us remember where we come from and who we are. And so our ancestors, Crazy Horse, prime example of who lived through his spirit. He fought till the very end, because he believed in this freedom. It was more than the language. It was more than the culture. It was the fact that our way of life was going to change forever. And there was nothing that, no matter how many times he fought, there was nothing that Crazy Horse at the time felt like he could do. And so eventually, every great chief, we thought of our nations. Because our people, they could fight forever. But what's the point of fighting if our people are going to suffer? And so our leaders had the courageous movements, or had the courageous acts to, settle. But the vision, that spirit that Crazy Horse had was still alive. It's still alive in each and every one of us. Because the last 150 years, our people have talked about unity. Our people have talked about coming together. We talk about it all the time. But yet, at the end of the day, we're still doing our own days. We're still doing our own events. We're still kicking and poking at each other because, Sichanga Lakota better than Ogallala Lakota. Ogallala Lakota are better than Shan River Lakota. Lakota are better than Lakota. That's wrong. That's not right. We are Lakota. We are a band of one another. We represent the Tituan. And the T1 Nation represents the Osheti Shakoi. And to our allies and to everyone else, it's really beautiful that we're all coming to this event. And so now what we want to talk about is centralizing this event. We need to understand why we're here, because this is much bigger than ourselves. If we do this correct, the 150th will just be our beginning spot. The 150th will be our catalyst for the movement. We want to do water rights, we want to do all these protests, just get our people together first and wake up their spirits so they know why they're fighting. Because once you know why you're fighting, the idea of hokahe will make much more sense to you. Charging in full force, knowing that at the end of the day, your faith will keep you strong and keep you alive. And so like the lawyer said earlier, that we have a lot of warriors within our own selves. Whether they go to DC and fight for our rights, whether they go into education, all the way up to that doctorate, to that master's, or even to that bachelor's, they're still fighting that fight in a different way, still being warriors in that different way, getting that education so we can fight in the spaces that we need. But with the political atmosphere that we're in now, the only thing that I could come up with was coming together. The only thing my youth group could come up with was bringing our people together. It's funny because a lot of us are influenced by media at a younger age, and so I can only think about what's that one movie about the apes? Caesar. Planet of the Apes. When Caesar made his big speech to all the other animals, one ape weak, but a bunch of apes were strong. And it's a movie, it's silly, but there's truth in it. There's truth in all of it. Because we are one straight nation. We are one powerful nation. We say it at the end of all our prayers. It probably sounds different in a different language. For the Lakota, we say, all my relations, all my relatives. That's beyond us. That's the world. That's the water. That's the earth. That's the wind. And that's what waking up the spirit's about, is understanding that Mitakie Oyase is not just a word. It's a way of life. It's a movement. And the idea behind this movement in the youth is if we can do that, if we can put aside our differences, put aside our upbringings, put aside what we learned throughout our life, and come together as a Osheti Shakoi, we can show the next generation what good relatives look like. We can show the next generation what love, camaraderie looks like. We can show them what the sacred food will look like again. And that's the idea behind the 150th. It's not for anyone in this room. Anyone in this room. It's not for the people that brought the flags in. It's for the flags themselves and what they represent. Because each and every one of you that came to represent your nation, you represent over 30,000 people respectively, collectively. And those 30,000 people rely on you to make the decisions that Crazy Horse, Sitting Bull, Red Cloud made for their people. But one thing that they didn't tell us about was all the other stuff that the white man would bring with us. The jealousy, the anger, the hate. And those are just mindsets. That came from boarding schools. That was the generation that lost the love. And that's what the white man gave us. But we're in a healing cycle. Boarding school is the reason for that. Our kids are for the reason for that. A lot of people I know that have children now want to do better for the next generations. And that's the whole point, is the next 7 generations. That's the whole point of this movement, is the next 7 generations. Because, like I said, a group of kids, the kids that are here today, if they see us coming together, they'll want to keep that going. They'll want to keep striving for that same movement, for this same movement. And the 150th, like I said, if this works out good, who says we have to stop here? We can go to every nation. Our people used to follow the buffalo. Now we can follow our relatives. We can make a beautiful journey out of this that is everlasting. So that whenever the government wants to come at us the way that they're coming at us, if they want to cut our funding, we have enough resources between each other's selves to stay sustainable. And I'm witnessing it with the Rosebud Sioux tribe. With the Rosebud Sioux tribe, they talk about this well-oiled machine. And becoming on the council, when I did, I never got a chance to witness what that looked like. I never got a chance to be a part of the great movements that our nations talk about. Because I wasn't born in the 80s. I wasn't born in the 60s or 70s. I was born at the tail end of the 90s, 1998. And so my upbringing was very different than a lot of my colleagues. One thing that the 150th has taught me was trust. You really got to trust your people. you really gotta build relatives with one another, because there's a lot of people out there that can coordinate. It's just 90% of the people are afraid to make that first move, and that's all of us. We're all waiting for Crazy Horse to wake up, but Crazy Horse is just a regular guy, just like each and every one of you. You guys all have what he had inside of you. You guys all have that spirit. He just woke us up at a younger age than each and every one of us. Our time's coming, and it's going to be beautiful. And so at this time, I want to acknowledge the help that we do have. The big help that we want to start organizing is our security force. And this is a young man, younger than me, that once he got onto the bigger picture of it, he ran with it. And this is the person that I would recommend my other nations to reach out to when it comes to the security event, or the security side of it. And then, so at this time, can I have my Sergeant Wopila come up here to express what he has planned for our security endeavors, and then our shortfalls. And all those nations that want to collaborate on the security endeavor, he's the one to reach out to. And so I'll start off with this one.
Yeah, again, my name is Ethan Wopila. I'm the captain of corrections. I am in charge of the Safety and Operations Committee for what we're trying to do for RST. This idea was brought to me months ago, and I was able to attend most of the meetings, these all-nation meetings, and it's very nice to come out here and see everybody, all the leadership, be amongst you all. I myself am a leader within my own program. I have a lot of staff that look towards me and depend on me to make the right decisions and to help guide them, so then they're not lost and they're able to get their shifts done, and they're able to get people, medical help, and they're able to keep their staff safe in the pods. That's where I worked, was at a jail. It's a very tough career, taught me a lot. But the one thing that I'm really good at that I can bring to the table is basic safety and security. That's my whole career. I lead a lot of staff. I train a lot of new fresh 18-year-olds who come off the block. They're wanting a new career, and they're not going to McDonald's or local fast food places. They're coming to probably one of the hardest careers you can try out as a kid. And I'm responsible for making sure they're safe and they're looked after when they go home, and they get to go home with their families. So it's a big responsibility for me. I take it very serious. I have a really good staff that work under me that help make sure that these guys are prepared when they hit the floor and they leave our facility and go on to do other things. Marine Corps, Army, police, wherever they choose to go from our door, we try to make sure that they're as prepared as possible. So that's how serious I take this, and when this was brought to my attention that they wanted me to help out, organize, coordinate, and plan the safety and security side of everything, I took it very serious. I started networking within my own program and branching out a little bit, knocking on doors for everyone else in our Rosebud Sioux tribe, and trying to get those volunteers to come out. The first meetings I seen, were a lot of people there that were the top. They were there for, oh yeah, I'll do it. I'll take lead of this. I'll be the one that has my name attached to this. I'll be the one to go out and be the face of this thing. That's not why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because I believe this is a big event. It's going to be a very memorable one, and I'm very honored to be a part of it. But my whole thing is safety. So I've seen a lot of people, raising their hands at these meetings, saying, "Oh, I'll head up security. I'll volunteer my time and this and that." And when it came down to work these logistics out and put things on paper and start moving forward, there were nowhere to be seen. So I realized in doing this, it's a lot of you want people to want to protect you and want to prioritize your safety, not because they have to. So I want to do this for you all, and I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the shortcomings we've had while planning this, and some of the things I was able to get done with my team going forward with some of the safety stuff here. So I'll just kind of read off my list I got. So some of the stuff that we've done, so we've started the Safety and Operations Committee. Like I said, I'm head of that. The first thing we wanted to do was we created a public service announcement for our local radio station, and we reached out asking for things like supplies, like vests, radios to stay in contact with each other, med kits, ATVs, UTVs, things like that to help make this operation a lot bigger, and volunteers. Reaching out to not just try to pro but anybody that was willing to help us volunteer and dedicate their time for this event. So that's the first thing we started to do. And from there, I started getting numbers, people emailing me, and I started making my own little contact list. And I was able to get people to commit. And the big question that I had for everybody in here and just for that we've been asking ourselves is, is this going to be a jointed camp, or are we going to be providing security for everybody, or is it going to be just for our specific people? We've been leaning heavy towards providing it for everybody. That's kind of what I'm planning for. I'm planning to provide safety and security for everybody, coordinate with whoever wants to help me out and whoever wants to help get this done. But that's kind of what I'm planning for. So the amount of staff I'm going to be collecting and recruiting is going to be for the whole encampment. That's kind of the grand scale of things that I'm trying to do. So what we're able to do is develop a basic security plan. This plan goes over things like what are the shifts going to look like? Are we going to be doing 8-hour shifts? Are we going to be doing 24-hour security throughout the whole thing? Are we going to break it up 12-hour shifts? Things like that. That's what this is going to go over to. What do we do if someone's lost? If we're missing a person, a child, something like that. Elder goes missing. We need to go out and find them. What are we going to do for that? That's search and rescue procedures, basic lost person protocol. What do our security staff need to be prepared to go to something like this? We need to be prepared for anything. These are just people that are volunteering their time that probably don't have any prior training to this event. So we're looking to get them as prepared as possible to protect our people and make sure everyone's safe and everyone gets to go home at the end of the day, but also enjoy the event and take in everything they can. So some of the trainings we talked about providing for these volunteers that we're going to be setting up is things like CPR, basic operations of like ATVs, UTVs, basic security patrols, how to work a radio, things like that, how to communicate and work within an incident command center. That's pretty much what the main thing that we're going to be doing is having one big base where I'm hoping we can, with our med staff and stuff like that, we can just have one command center where we're operating out of there. That's where our security staff are going to be. That's where medical staff are going to be. That's where everything goes. If someone goes missing, that's where the magic will happen. Everyone will go there and we'll work out together. If someone's dehydrated, sick, whatever, they can come to this command center and they can get the help they need. It's going to be just our basic operation 10. But yeah, we've been working very hard. Me and my team, my SORT team, been working hard to get these trainings done so we can provide these trainings for you. Things that include the search and rescue trainings. We entered a few exercises. We were getting our CPR instructor certification so we can instruct these security volunteers. We're going over our gear and equipment checklist to make sure that we have everything we need on our end, and then we'll see what else you can ask for donations, and just kind of make a general list for everybody that I can kick up. So the next thing that I'm going to be trying to do before this event kicks off is I want to have at least a couple more safety and operations committee meetings. These are welcome to everybody. All the viewers and listeners, everyone in this room, you're welcome to attend this. We're going to work on a Zoom link that we can kick out to you guys, that way you guys can join this meeting. And if you're in the area, you happen to be in the Rosebud area, you're very welcome to come out and attend and sit down and help us plan this stuff out. That way we can make sure we have a really nice security staff for this whole event. I'll kick out my contact information to everybody. Again, my name is Captain One Feather. For the viewers, I'll say my number. It's 605-515-7331. And that's the best way you can reach me. Give me a call or shoot me a text or something like that, and I can get your name down on the list for all this stuff and start working on that Zoom link and all that stuff. So again, very honored to be here. Very honored to be a part of this. If you have any questions, please come see me. I'll be here for the whole series.
That's just one example of the kind of trust and camaraderie that we had to build with those making our relatives, because we have those people within our nations, bright young visionaries that know their fields, And all it is just finding them, reaching out to them, waking up their spirit so that they'll come forward on their own. And that's the whole point of waking up your spirit. Because once this meeting happened, how it happened for Rosebud is the same way like this. For the first 5 months, it was hit or miss because we were having them after work. And at the time, only my youth council and my grandfather were always in attendance, only 4 or 5 of us. It was discouraging as it went forward. But instead of dwelling on it, we looked at it, stopped, and changed our perspective. Perspective is going to be huge in these endeavors. And so we changed that perspective, and we hosted a big meeting at the casino, provided food, and made it for our directors of our tribal programs. And once our directors are in the room, just like this, exactly like this, we talked about the who, what, where, when, and why. And once you express the why, the help just started coming. The resources just started showing up. Because once you start talking about the why, you want to be a part of it. You actively want to sacrifice whatever you have to make this event happen because you see the bigger picture. And that's why I'm really proud of our point of contacts for our committees. And I'm really proud of just recently too, like we're still reaching out, we're still building the efforts for this endeavor. And now we have our college on board. It took some time, but we finally have them on board, and that was our fault because of the communications. And now our Lakota studies are going to play a huge part in all of this, because to wake up a spirit for our children is to know their history, because they're going to ask those questions. Why did this happen? Why did that happen? What are we doing today? And we have the opportunity to show them this is who we are as a nation. And by doing so, will come our water protectors. By doing so, will come our activists. By doing so, we'll wake up the spirit in all of our nations so that we show up to all the events in full force. We show up to DC in full force. And that's kind of the idea of what Rosebud wanted, how Rosebud got together and started planning, was understanding that no one is above one another in the room. That we all come from Rosebud. We all come from our reservations. We're all one people. The people that can make our nations move, the program directors, because those people will be here no matter what. Tribal leaders, we will come and go. It's the business side of the tribe that makes the tribe move. And that's the kind of aspect that you need when you want to make an organization happen. We make our fairs happen just like that. We make Allen Night happen just like that. So this 150th, we can make happen once we understand our common goal. And so with that now, I want to talk about this whole idea of our dates. And I lost my paper, so we get it. So for the last 7 months, our nations have been coming together. We've been planning these meetings with the idea that we're going to have one great gathering. Our nations are going to come together for select days, but then as days went on, dates were mixed up and confused through communications. So, Rosebud, we're going up the 22nd for a travel date, then the 23rd, 4th, and 5th will be up there, then the 26th is a travel date. Pine Ridge's travel dates will be, I believe, the same day, the 22nd, but they're going to be there for the 4 days, the 23rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, and then they're going to travel back the 27th. And then Cheyenne River travel dates will be the 24th. They'll be there the 25th, 6th, and 7th, then they're going to travel back that next day. So after looking at all of this, with the idea of these meetings are supposed to happen so we can collaborate, so that we can have one date, one time with all our nations there. And so that's where we're at now, and we need that spirit. We need to throw that spirit and make it happen into our reality. And so with that being said, the dates that our group, the All Nations is who we are. The All Nations group for our dates will be the 22nd through the 27th. Our respected nations that plan for certain days will still stay there for those certain days, but for the holistic, for everyone else that is going to be a part of this, that is going to attend, that is not here, those are going to be our dates we're planning for, the 22nd to the 27th. And some of the key things that we really need to come up with is our security. And with the talks with President Stark comes out, we kind of, with the crunch time that we have, with all the groups that are coming up with all the planning that has already happened with the core things, we need to centralize that. And so our security is going to be the utmost importance. And so with the permission of our tribal chairmen, we want to asked if Rosebud's security would be willing to take the lead in our security forces. And so then with that being said, everything that you guys want to do with the other nations involving your security, involving your corrections, involving your law enforcement, you'll now reach out to Sergeant One Feather from the Rosa Sioux Tribe for any questions or concerns, and how to help with volunteering and how to help with training as well. Ethan One Feather will be your guys' point of contact. And so, yeah, round of applause. And so, we need to, well, that's what we need to do now. We need to start finalizing our movement. We need to start putting things on paper to pen so that when we go home to our respective nations, we won't have to worry about some of the big things. All we'll have to do is the main thing, transportation. That is my goal for each and every one of you nations that have not yet started your transportation talks yet. For example, Rosebud Sioux Tribe, we have our transportation department director kind of as the lead for our stuff, because he's the one that knows where all our vehicles are, where all our buses are, and everything. And another tribe is Logistical, providing 2 charter buses too. As of right now, we have roughly, I believe, 700 to 800 vacant seats that we can take our own people up there for free. Not including the 2 charters, so roughly about 900 maybe. And that's just an example of how we did it. We still have other programs on standby, just in case we get past that number, but what we're at now is the outreach. We want to get this word out there to our people. We want to let them know this is what we're doing, the who, what, where, when, and why. So Rosebud created a one-pager about the who, what, where, when, and why. And so we're doing community outreach, we're getting people signed up so that they know. And the big thing is sharing the story. Those of you that are on your tribal councils, those of you that have meetings this upcoming month, share the story of why we want to do this. Encourage your people, encourage your programs about the much bigger picture. And so one thing that we really want to talk about is now that we got the security figured out, we need to get our health figured out, our CHR figured out. We need to centralize 6 core things for all of us. We need to centralize our security. Where are we going to place them? How many, where are we going to place them for the camp? Where are we going to place our CHR or our health? Where are we going to place those guys? Where are we going to place our solid waste so that we know where our trash will go so that we can clean up after ourselves? Where are we going to place our food stations? Because Rosebud alone, we're planning for all of you guys. So we're planning 2,000 meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner every single day we're there. And so with the amount of people, our food station may have to be spread out in different quarters. So those are 4. We need to focus our IT too, because IT will be the big part of the story column. IT will be crucial in all of this, so we need to figure out if all of the IT are going to be centralized in one area, or if we're going to have their own, the ITs spread out through the entire camp so that we know that it's being covered as a national thingy for our event. And so those are the things that we are going to accomplish today. If not, we're going to accomplish some before we leave so that we know where we're going, so that we're not just up in the air anymore. And then after that, we need to start focusing in on, like I said, the events. We have horse riding, our charges. And so those are going to happen. So now we need to put them on the calendar. And then all the other nations that have events or have their things that they want to do, we can incorporate them into the open gaps. So the idea behind this is we're in that crunch time to where you have full permission to start taking that extra step, taking that next drive to make these events happen. Just make sure you're communicating what we're doing so that we all know our resources when they come together. And hopefully by the end of today or tomorrow, we can establish how we're going to camp. That's the big thing, because we're all going to be there. So do we want to follow the horseshoe pattern our ancestors did, where Ogallala, Minikanju, and so on and so forth, or do we want to follow Standing Rock's how it looked 10 years ago? Or do we want to create our own circles within circles within circles? There are things that we can collaborate on, that we can talk about, have ideas on how our camp could look like. We have opportunities and options. And so that's where we're at, and that's kind of, I feel, the direction that we need to take. And so, again, first off, I never do this, but I want to apologize if me speaking up like this offends anyone and or oversteps my boundary. At the end of the day, I'm just this child youth council kid that just wants to make something happen. There's a bunch of kids that each and every one of you come from. You guys were all kids at one point that wanted to do something great like this. Now it's our opportunity to make it happen for the next 7 generations. And so, we have a rough outline. Oh, hey, here it is. So, yeah, so we have the dates figured out. We have the main focus on where our main food, camp, water, waste, IT should be, security. We talked about the staging equipment. Oh, staging the equipment, that's going to be huge because all of the tribes that are bringing their own equipment costs money. And so we want to protect that equipment. And so we need to find staging areas within our campsite to where we can do that. And that'll depend on how well coordinated other nations are with our security efforts so that we can hopefully get the volunteers in the workplace, the workers, hopefully we get enough so that we can split up our securities, because I know that's one of the goals, so that we have more people focusing on other things as well. And then one thing that we really is establishing the groups. Gaining national attention, that's the last I have on this, is the national attention part. Because this movement, I believe that it can be everlasting to the 7th generation. I truly believe that. And it has spurs of moments where it can touch the next 7 generations. And now we need to tell the world our story. And so getting out there, getting the word out there, telling the story of what we're planning for the 150th is going to be huge. Reach out to your news channels, to your radio stations, to your CNN. Get the story out there. More people that know about this, the bigger the movement will be, and the harder it will be to stop all of us. Because once we come together, you know what history did. So we know that we can do it again. Because we are a little fucked up, we're indigenous people, and it's our birthright to live here. We're speaking a different language, we're living a different life, but our hearts are still the same. We're still a part of the greater Osheti and the greater nation. Dr. Yodasu.
All right, Chris. Thank you for that presentation there. And again, all these plans here are just ideas and things that we need to do to take advance into the next step. And we need to continue planning and putting things in place. Now's the time to start taking action, and I'm glad they're stepping up for that. And for the gentleman that stepped up for security, I've seen him come into these meetings, and he sounds like he's pretty serious about this. And that's what we need for our security there. So I'm glad you're willing to do that and taking charge of that. So we'll be coordinating with our emergency management, our emergency services. We'll probably need to get your information down so we can start getting it out there to other tribes, so they can, if they want to bring their security in, they can coordinate with you. So again, it's Sergeant One Feather. Sergeant One Feather, the Rosebud Sioux tribe. We'll get his contact information out there again. Now's the time that we need to start making moves. I know we talked about harvesting teepee poles, and we got to make that a reality. So we got to figure out where we want to stage them. I know there was different ideas of where to stage, where to meet. I know Yoglao Sioux tribe. We're gonna put a team together and try to coordinate with Northern Cheyenne and maybe whoever else, and follow them, and then find their secret hiding spot where they get their teepee poles and raid it. So, just kidding. So we can plan together and make that happen. It's very good You know, I do know some of our warrior societies want to get involved. Those that work with youth, we can get them involved in harvesting TV bulls. I know a couple people reached out to Wopila Sioux tribe, and they're with the Tokala. Some of the Tokala groups, there's a warrior society we have in Pine Ridge that want to also help harvest teepee bulls. So we'll be reaching out to those folks here once we leave here, and hopefully we'll lock in a date with Ernest and his team and coordinate something there. So if you're interested, I suggest you reach out to either Cordelia. Raise your hand, Cordelia. That's the coordinator for Wopila Sioux Tribe. Can you stand up? I don't think people saw you. And do your princess wave. Okay, so just give her her name, and she can help coordinate with the rest of the group here. Again, these are the main point of contacts that we need to start communicating with. We've got to start making things happen. Oh, hang on, Chris wasn't done.
Sorry, last minute. There was one more thing that we wanted to acknowledge because this is just one example of what we could do with our resources. I want to acknowledge our SU staff, the Lakota Studies staff. They're going to be a very vital role in all of this endeavor. But one individual particularly, you probably seen him. First off, I'll call you out. You probably seen him, while you're scrolling through Netflix and multiple movies. Most recent one, Sitting Bull. From the Riverton tribe, this is who we have. I want to acknowledge Alexi Michael Spears because he is an embodiment of what our youth wish to accomplish someday. A lot of us, me growing up, I wanted to be in a movie too. I still do. But beyond the point, one of us made it. And that's the only one in the room. A lot of us made it. And so I'd like to ask him to come up and share some words about the whole idea of what this means to him and how this could be viewed from a media standpoint, from once we get the word out there. Also, at the same time, too, we also have a musician that I really want to acknowledge that was a big part of my upbringing because I used to listen, I still do. And that's Gunnar Jules, better known as Gunnar Brogan, but we know him as Gunnar Jules. And so we have two of our own from Rosebud that have the connections to, make this much bigger too. But every tribe has those people. These are just our two examples of them. And so those of you that have Standing Rock has Carrie Irving. Pine Ridge has a plethora of stars, media people, influential people that we can reach out to get this word out there. But at the time, I'd like to give it back to Michael Spears. Would that be okay?
I don't want to stand up and talk to you. I'll sit right here if that's okay with you. Address you.
Yeah, we can.
So, my name is Ikomi Kakhanka. I'm Michael Spears, and I come from the Sichangu Mankoche. My mother and father are both from the Kuluchasha and the Yakaluchasha, Moose Camp, and Iron Nation. And, I grew up on the reservation, and like my relative up there says, I had an opportunity, but that opportunity first started with a role model, with someone like you. And I remember the first actually famous person that I met was Buddy Red Bull. Yeah. And he came and he sang at our school, and he inspired me. And then he came and spent the night at our house. And I won't tell you what the rest of the night went like. Anyway, it takes a little bit of inspiration for everything to happen. This event started with an idea and inspiration, that began Bighorn, before we had clocks and those kind of things. And I just wanted to acknowledge, that without those types of inspirations and people, sacrifices and things, we wouldn't have us, we wouldn't be here. And so I want to thank who's here, my boss and my colleague, or, you know, we're a small part, but at the core of Delegation University is, you know, some of the core principles that were fought for at the Battle of the Greasy Grass. You know, Sitting Bull Hanka Yotake was a man of many visions, and I'm very honored to have portrayed him in that film. And you know, he's much more than his relationship with the United States government and whatnot. You know, so if you get a chance to watch some of the films about him, I encourage you to check it out. You know, there's, you know, that particular documentary that I got to take part of was very unique in that, you know, we actually had native historians and real stories to base our film off of. And those stories came from Hukapa elders. Those stories came from relatives that were, you know, had that oral tradition passed down. And more importantly, that we controlled the narrative. And so through events like this, you know, we get a chance to defend that, to continue to defend erasure. You know, that's what the main goal of that battle was. To, you know, we're fighting for the men and the women, the kids to live, to not be colonized, to still be Lakota, to still have an identity, because that's important. That's who we are. And it goes back to that statement I made about inspiration. You know, is, you know, having that path and that purpose. My grandma said this to me. She said, inspiration is knowing that your path has a purpose, and so that, you know, being able to have those role models, people like each and every one of you sitting here, whether you want to be or not, there's people looking at you. Even in this room, I'm watching you. I want to be like some of you in here. Maybe not all of you, but there's inspiration, there's things happening. And you guys are all amazing people. And I want to thank you for being here. It's always a privilege to come to events like this where change makers come. And that's what's happening. You know, across the new country, there's always plenty of work to be done, and a lot of creative ideas and solutions that are yet to be discovered. And we're having those conversations in space like this are catalysts for solution-oriented thinking. You know, I can only imagine the impact that this is going to have on the youth, on even, you know, on elders, on adults, on everybody that's going to take part. But not only us, we can't forget about the Wamakashka and the land, the plant people. You know, they remember that too. The water. Everything has a connection. We say Midakwe with us, and those aren't just words. That's alive. Just like this event, you know, we say it's a living commemoration of our resilience, of our unity. Now it's through peace and gathering and remembering who we are through activities, whether it's cutting teepee poles or sharing in a dance or learning a relative's name in their language. Connection. That was going to inspire something to happen, to change, so we continue to defend against that colonial narrative and erasure. You know, like a lot of times, even my children, they grew up in a Washichu school in Montana, and had to defend a lot of times about who they are and where they come from and why we're here. What does it mean to be Lakota? What does it mean to be a what does that really mean? You know, and those are the types of questions and things that are going to get answered because we're going to get to see it firsthand. This is what it means. Our gathering through peace, through unity. We're going to inspire each other to make that change, to be that change. I had an opportunity to make a movie a long time ago called Dances with Wolves, and got to speak Lakota. It took my dad a couple of weeks to talk me into going and actually trying out. But man, I didn't want to, because all the films I've seen before were, you know, woo, one shot, and they all each one. Yeah, you know, they all fall off. And so I said, Dad, you know, I don't want to be that. I don't want to do that. And he said, no, you're not Lakota. You're going to be that one to show them what it means to be Lakota. And so, you know, he inspired me. He's gone now. And I just met another relative who met my uncle out there. You know, I don't have any more male relatives that are older than me anymore. COVID took a lot of my relatives and all of my female relatives at once in 1 month. Took all my grandmas and aunties, and my hard time, but you know, I remember all these teachings, all these little pieces of inspiration, because you know, these things that we're doing here aren't going to go unnoticed or forgotten. This is going to be remembered, you know, and as Native leaders, we often do our best, you know, to find our resources and develop ourselves in our communities, and we have our resources that are kind of spread thin, but you know, we're coming together. We all have a little piece at Chungleshka. We all have a skill. We all have a resource, a teaching, something. You know, that the value of these partnerships that we have are immeasurable. So I think once we bring them together, you know, we're not much on our own. That we can put something beautiful together, because these colonial forces have worked hard to chip away at our tribes, our sovereignty, and our hopes for the future. So there's a reason that our reservations right now are so isolated. You know, they were meant to be internment camps. They were meant to be that for a purpose. And these systems that are still used by the government to genocide us, to erase us, to take our land, to take our identity, to erase the Indian and save the man, and all those. That mentality is still alive and well. The only one's got to carry a card to say, hey, this is me. You know, and why? Because the government has a just responsibility, because, you know, they try to kill us, try to erase us. You know, so I got to carry this card now. But we got to take that step further to be, you know, why? Why are we Lakota? What does that mean? So I ask my kids that all the time. What does it mean to be Lakota? What does it mean? Why do you have that chagrin? Why do you have a name? Well, it's earned through lived experience and through connection to the world around you and yourself. So I just want to thank you guys for collaborating, and you know, what we're doing here today is something that's really powerful. And I just want to thank you guys all for being here to add your piece to the Chungleshka, add your piece of whether it's knowledge or a resource, a skill, even your presence, you know, because we all have that inside of us in our blood. Just our presence is power. So tell everybody, tell your kids, you know, it's never too late. Sitting Bull and Kashunke, we go, you know, there's a lot more to their lives than just who they fought and why they fought. They were people too, and you know, the nuance behind the embodiment of being Lakota, they lived it. And we're here today because of it. You know, there's another story about Crazy Bush. He didn't die, but because of his connection and his friendship with his friend, he lived. He lived to be 77 years old. He died in the mountains of Montana. So there's a lot more truth and a lot more stories that get to be told that can help strengthen our structure, our foundation of who we are as a people. You know, and I always like to say I'm an actor, but that's not who I am. It's something that I do, and I appreciate the power that it has in that. You know, it helps me to be a storyteller. It helps me to keep that integrity of the inspirations and truthfulness that I learned from my relatives and continue to learn from each and every one of you. So hey, Wopila, Logistical,
You know, it's good to hear inspiring words when it comes from our people. You know, we have role models out there. We have tribal leaders, even our spiritual people. They all come in when we speak. We say good words, good intentions, and that's what we need to do. We need to encourage each other in those roles that we play as Native Americans here. I think we were going to take a break, but I think we're pretty much done for the day here. But I did want to mention a few things before we go. And I'm also, Chris beat me to the punchline. I was going to ask Mr. Spears to say a few words, but as you can see, I wanted to say thank you for your words, and we all need to encourage each other. it's tough. It's tough when you're in a leadership position and all the things that you have to deal with. You know, I know for my tribe, 55,000 members. Sometimes it carries a heavy weight. You know, whether it be good or bad issues you deal with on a daily basis. That's really tough. When you have differences within our tribe, we all have strong, aggressive minds. That's good. It makes me feel good to represent the people when those things, when it's time to take a stand, we stand as one. And it's great to represent a nation that's willing to take those stands. So I think. We got a hand raise. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I have a question. I wanted to get us a little back on the agenda. Maybe you guys already answered these questions, but so the discussion on the camps, are the tribes pooling resources for one big camp, or are the tribes going to have their own tribal camps?
Yeah, we were just discussing that. Now it's the time to start putting an agenda together. And that's probably what we want to finish up here by the end of the business tomorrow, is getting a good direction of what the agenda is going to look like. We've got to start putting this on a poster, getting it out there. I think we had enough planning meetings to make those moves and start putting it together, moving forward, taking action, getting people to do these things ahead of time. And I know the talks of each tribe bringing buffalo and things like that. Just had for the Oglala tribe, we did discuss this with our OST Parks and Recreation Program, and they committed to donate 2 processed buffalo, as well as trailers to transport tents, firewood, supplies, and items. Our Taro department will purchase tools for our young men to help prepare tepee poles. OSPRA will help with transportation of tepee poles. So just to give you an idea, those are some of the ideas that tribal resources can come up with. But I know that didn't answer your question.
Well, because I think that like the Rosebud Sioux tribe, we have 6 committees that are working with the executive committee. And we have like a food committee. They're going to provide meals Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And the executive committee is anticipating on recruiting 700 tribal members. We have the transportation committee that will be providing the transportation. In the executive committee, we're looking at doing 5 fundraisers. One's a golf tournament, the other is a fast pitch tournament, another is a buffalo hunt, and then Gunner's going to put together a youth basketball so that we can raise money for our camp when the people get up there. And we have 72 programs. All directors are being contacted to donate resources for the camp on Rosebud. So I guess I assumed then that although we're all going to be camping on the Red Bird fields, that we are going to be taking care of our respective tribes. But we're going to be sharing like the security. I'm thinking the big console tent that we're talking about that was going to go between the Oglala camp and the Rosebud camp is what we've been talking about. And that's what I thought we were going to be kind of discussing today. And then I wanted to know, have you guys already decided which tribes will be charging the hill? Was the decision made on that today?
No, not that I know. The horse groups, they talk amongst themselves. We need to get them to the table now. Go ahead.
I'm lost with the Northern Echo. I was wondering, is there a central repository for all the information where everybody's sharing it? Because if not, I'd be willing to facilitate that and help, we just create a Google Drive for everybody to upload the plan, we do a shared calendar where everybody puts their different events, a document with a spreadsheet of all the contacts and who's the lead of each thing, like the security and of course the things.
Yeah, putting that, those events together. Val, did you have any ideas or Tony?
On the Rosebud, I'm doing a flyer for all people that are going to be taking the courses because the animal clinic will be providing the shots and whatnot because they need to get people to ownership and dogs and stuff across the state line. So we're taking care of that in the Rosebud. We also created a document that we've been going out to the schools to do assemblies to start getting the youth interested to take back to their parents, and then we're going to the communities and giving out the same information on what we're providing. We're providing tents and teepees, meals while they're up there, as well as transportation. And then I've created a document that states like a code of conduct, liability form, as well as their willingness to be photographed and recorded while they're there on the camp. And then the head household will sign that, and we have emergency contact information as well as the family and the numbers of family, with the understanding that the parents will be responsible for the children that they're taking up.
Well, that's great. Well, there's some great ideas.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know if we would vote on it or not, but if people would be okay with taking the sign-in sheets and we create a mailing list for that, I think there might already be one. I'm not included on it, so I'm not sure. And then, we could share everybody can share all their information with everybody.
Yeah, we should. Cordelia, don't we have a list already?
I'm sorry.
A list of everybody's emails. We can invite and share everybody's doc. Yeah. If we could put a mailing list, we might already have one, but do like a Google Drive where everybody can upload all their flyers, all their information that they've made, so that we can share it, so everybody can see what everybody else is doing.
Go ahead, Valerie.
Yeah, so there's a communications committee and also a public relations committee. So the questions that had come forth were, the real birds were asking that no press be down there where everybody was going to be. And then there was another conversation from a previous meeting regarding what does the national parks own versus what do we own, and how do we make this something that's secure, that's not, that's for the children, because this is who we're creating this for. We're creating this for the youth. So with that, we worked with Buffalo Fire, back there, who has created somewhat of a website called greasygrass.org, and is listing some of the history in it, and then the ownership of that will fall under Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Association when that website gets built. And that way we can all add our input into that. But specific information should probably just be shared with the schools. And I don't think we've come up with a setup with how that's supposed to lay out. Because this is not all just public information. It's just for us to make sure our kids have this going forward. I'll share my contact information. Then I have a list.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good.
Okay, thank you guys. My name is Jody Raves, Spotted Bear, and our news site is Buffalo's Fire. And I think everybody who's on the communications committee and the public relations committee, maybe we could get together this evening and come up with more of a plan. Because we do have a website, we haven't launched it. There's just a lot of unanswered questions yet, but I think we can solve a lot of that today. But I have another question. So the National Park Service has created their speaker agenda but my understanding was that the Real Birds have a stage too. And I'm wondering if there is a speakers list set up for the Real Bird stage or not.
Can you answer that?
So far, all we have scheduled for the stage is Eugene Little Cloud's equine therapy sessions on the 24th and 23rd and 24th. So that's the only thing we have scheduled for the stage right now. But it'll be available for activities starting. We'll be ready for it to go on Tuesday, 23rd, 24th, yeah, 25th, so Thursday. All those days, we only got one event scheduled so far for the stage.
You know, real quick, Mr. Rupert, I think that was the last meeting was one of the former chairman was saying that, well, I wonder if we could ask the Real Birds if we could, chase their actors around the battlefield up the hill.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fun.
I don't know about for the actors though, but you can see a lot of horse riders behind them. I thought that was hilarious. That's a good idea, though. But go ahead.
So one more thing with that, Jody. I know we didn't talk about this, but at the Rosebud meeting, I had a conversation with James about his agenda because it seems to me that we're making plans on this side, which is fabulous, but on the other side, with parks, is a huge opportunity to get the story right. And so I don't know if you shared that agenda with everybody, but I had comments on it from who your state delegations were that were coming. I had comments to you on the time frames, which everybody got to speak. And I also had comments with you for the whole process of what happened, how we got to this point. That each tribe had a certain part into this. And you were mentioning the Crows going to open, the Custer enthusiasts were going to be there, and their historian or whatever. And I asked maybe if you could put those at the top, and then we could start get you a typical and a tribal leader to speak to their individual piece in order. And in between, we could set up like cultural events or whatever. But I also asked you a question that I did not hear you talk about, that at 150th, the onus on the national parks is grave as an Arab. And the commemoration of it should be something that we should be able to see at national parks going forward. And I said, I don't know if that's a wall. I don't know if that's a sculpture. I don't know what that's going to be. I just wanted you to come back with an idea on how we commemorate this 150th.
Yeah, so to answer those kind of couple questions there, I got a chance when we were in Rosebud to speak with Valerie, and one of my biggest concerns kind of going forward at that time was how we could handle the agenda. I was very confused on it, heard a lot of different ideas. I think Valerie probably had the best approach that I've heard so far. So I think that's what we're going to be planning towards, Valerie. We would start with like the Parade of Nations that I spoke about. There'd be a opening parade or opening prayer after that, welcoming remarks from the Crow chairman, and then after that it would go into short 15 to 20 minute different speeches. Valerie had mentioned using the government kind of historical ones to kind of go first, and then give it a chance for everybody, as everyone has different sides of the story, and almost as kind of a rebuttal afterwards. I think that's kind of how you articulated it, Valerie. And that we could have several different ones. The shorter talks also kind of provided a little bit of a buffer for different events, speakers kind of not there on time, that sort of stuff. If the horse group shows up late, we'd be able to, a little more prepared for doing it. So that is as far as the speaker agenda, definitely what we want to go to. We still do not have a list of all the speakers. We've gotten some over this past week from different letters from a couple of the different tribal leaders of them wanting to speak, and from a couple of the TIPOs, and also from a tribal historian that wanted to speak at the event as well. So we're trying to compile that list still to get it out to everybody. And then the other item that Valerie had mentioned, which made a lot of sense to me, was that the 150th is a very meaningful event for everybody involved. It's a giant, giant milestone. And she asked, like, what could we do to make it an impactful moment? So one of the ideas that she had mentioned was possibly doing a plaque, monument, like an engraving on a wall, something kind of going forward, and had a couple different ideas where she threw out. The one that stuck with me the most, and we went back and talked with our team and talked with a couple other tribal leaders, and seems to be the one that makes the most sense going forward, is something with women's warriors, how women's role in the battle, and not only in the battle, but just helping with it all in general. So I think that's what we'd kind of like to work towards. Like I had mentioned to Valerie, kind of our processes behind the scenes, I don't know that we could realistically get that done in time for the 150th, as it being a month and a half away. But I think we could make that goal of working towards it, and then kind of finding out everybody's ideas of what that looks like, where it would go, who would be on it, and how it would be honored, and if that's the best approach.
Go ahead. I didn't see you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Trina Hill, Oklahoma Sioux Tribe, Wopila Nation. So I just kind of want to direct this real quick suggestion to National Parks and James. So I have a little issue with the opening prayer. I don't want it to be singled out with just the Lakota, because we do have our Mahpiato people and our Shahida people, and I want them to also be recognized in that prayer. Yep. So I want their individual spiritual leaders to come together too and be recognized and acknowledge their people that fought in this battle. So that is my one suggestion for National Parks. And I represent the Lakota Tekawila'u. So the traditional writers group that I'm a part of, have been a part of for a while, you know, we basically, I want to say we've made this charge famous in terms of our group. I want to suggest that we continue to be the coordinators of this, because we've been doing it for so long. It originated back in the 90s with our elders. They came through with the rural water program through the tribe. We brought our elders up there, and we actually were able to get our elders to the monument up on Last Stand Hill, and our elders counted coup on that monument. And after that, we were banned. So we weren't allowed to come back and do that again. So that is kind of where the charge happened, adjacent to the property. And, you know, we've been doing it for so long, you know, and it's just kind of second nature to our group. And all of our founding people are, you know, pretty much gone now. And it's my generation. It's, you know, my sister rode, my brother rode, everybody rode. I didn't. I stayed on the sideline and waited. But I was there as support. We made sure that all of these things were taken care of, and our charge went through, you know, smoothly without incident, basically. So we've been doing this. I want to welcome all the people that want to join in with us. And I know the last few years we've had Northern Cheyenne people, they ride alongside us. We have lot of the Northern Arapaho people, they joined in on our charges and some of the rights. So I just want to kind of put that out there because our group, we've done it for so long. And so, we, on the 25th, because our rite starts on the 20th, we travel to Ashland, and the Cheyenne people, they take care of us. And different families in the tribe, they've taken care of us for 30 plus years. And I really, we've been doing this for so long. And just coordinating with us, I think, would be the best. And then on the 25th, we usually meet up down at the Crow Veterans Pavilion or the Veterans Park. And then we ride in and do the charge. And so that's one big thing, I kind of envision it right now, and it's a huge, and all of us coming together on that day. National Parks know this too, because, they've had their programs going on, and we've always had our charge, and that drew a lot of people, a lot of visitors. Traditionally, we never allowed recording, and we were scolded. We actually ripped cameras from people's arms and told them no pictures, nothing. But anymore, it's not like that. We have drones and people coming through like that. But, our organization didn't allow that to begin with. But I just want to put that out there, that we remain coordinators on this and, come to us. I have William Shorty Brewer as one of the coordinators, Wendell Yellow Bull. Those are kind of our elders of that organizing group now. So.
Yeah, and you bring a good point there, because if you talk to Orville and them, they'll be coming a different direction and things like that. We can't all ride in on the same route, and that's because we do have some people who want to start from the encampment and run across the river. So we'll have to figure that out. We can't make that decision here. But we got to get those people talking. So hopefully by the next planning meeting we can bring that to the table. Get those horse group leaders here to the table so we can coordinate a route or a couple routes, or however routes whoever's going to ride in from where. Well, it can't be, whether it be from 212 or somewhere along the river or the encampment. Those are the three locations that I'm aware of that riders will be coming in on. But the thing is, we'll all end up along 212 coming in close to the battlefield side. So we have to coordinate that, and I think we need to meet with James on that too, to see what the concerns of the Park Service. Is it possible if we can cross, or I don't know, cross or what? I think that's private land, a lot of these routes, so we'll have to see what they're asking. Go ahead.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was saying,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. On the ride, we had 80 horses last year to charge that hill, and this year we'll probably have 200 horses. And so we'll have to look at the map. On the north side, there's tribal land, and a little further east, there's tribal land. And like this lady said that they used to go up to the monument, but they built a fence now, so we can't go there. But so that little triangle there off of 212, just north of the park, I'm not sure if it definitely won't house people to park there. There's about maybe 40 cars that park on the side hill and then along the highway there. And if you got 200 riders, then they'll probably have to go on the other side or find another route. And with everybody coming on the same day, we need to totally look at the schematics and the land and figure out where we're going to go or how we're going to do that. So maybe when you meet with the president of the Crow, you can look at some of their land north of the 212. Just a suggestion.
Thank you for that. Those are the kind of things we have to look at as far as traffic control. So I appreciate that suggestion.
Okay, so I also have one more.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll come back to you. I'm sorry, Trina. Go ahead.
I want to say that I've been attending these planning meetings since last fall, and one thing that has not changed in like the last 5 months or so is the agenda. So the National Park Service agenda, from what I last saw, looks the same as what it did 5 months ago. So if we could set a deadline for when the agenda would come out for National Park Service stage versus the Rosebud stage. And another thing I want to bring out is I attended the last meeting of the National Park Service. President Starr comes out, you had joined by Zoom. And at that time, there were many Crow in the room since we were there at the battlefield site. And they had mentioned the 100th anniversary of when there was a pipe ceremony that was representative of all the tribes. Like Trina was saying, that shouldn't just be one person up there praying for everybody, that if they could go back to the way they did it, 50 years ago, that all the tribes are represented and that there was an actual ceremony that took place. And I know that James Novinsky supported that idea then, this was a month or two ago, but he didn't mention it all today. So is that ceremony going to happen? And is it going to happen over at the Rosebud stage or at the National Park Service stage? I know you can't answer that right now, but it'd be nice to get everything solidified so we can start notifying people about what is happening and where it's happening. Thank you.
Yeah. Just to answer that real quick, we can have it at the battlefield site if we can make those accommodations, but again, we have to talk to tribal leaders, see if they want to participate in that. I can't make a decision for a tribal leader or a tribal nation. We have to be respectful when we make decisions like that, especially ceremonies. We need our Waka Wichachas, our spiritual people. And that's what I'd like to see it when these things happen, to perform those ceremonies. And we'll have to go back and evaluate and see if they can participate.
Okay, so again, Trina with the Wopila Sioux tribe. Anyways, I'm mobility impaired, and Petri Slot is not kind to people like me. So I've been working with a group at home. We were talking about logistics in terms of the charge and the area that we usually have it in. And we were talking about side-by-sides and ATV vehicles that can help the elders and people like me who can't climb that hill or can't get up there, without assistance, to have a side-by-side, drop them at some point, and then, just keep the parking down further or across the road. But it's like I said, last year it was really hard for me. They dropped me off at the top, and then I wait for my help to come, and then we go across. But just please be considerate of people like that, because people always forget us, and that's the thing that I don't like is I try to make sure that everyone's included in terms of mobility issues. So just keep that in mind too with our people.
Yes, so if you have resources, ATVs and things like that, we probably need them in camp. But we don't want no track going on where we have about 50 ATVs cruising around, kicking dust everywhere. But we probably need to coordinate some things like that to transport our elders, those are with disabilities. So we have to think of those things. I think we'll be transporting some ATVs up there to do that. So.
This is Marjo again. So my question is, Adam from Northern Rampo Tribal Industries is our IT for Northern Rampo. He was asking about that calendar. So are we going to use both the Greasy Grass website plus use Adam as well with those contacts, because he wanted to make a calendar everybody puts in their stuff and you would start making that calendar now so we know when the dates are scheduled. I think that would help with communication, knowing things need to be aligned and get going. So that's a push.
We're going to meet this evening, try to solidify some of that stuff.
Okay, so if you're the communications field, radio, any kind of media, they'll be meeting this evening on how to coordinate that. So I encourage all the tribes to get involved and see how we can make this a better communications process. Go ahead, Russell.
Okay, thank you. One of the things, I know Rosebud wanted to be involved in, we talked about a council lodge. And I know some of the other tribes were talking about bringing their bones. We need a place to care for any of the spiritual items that are coming. And that's kind of my concern. But I guess my question would be, how big of a council lodge do we need? Maybe that's something that can be determined. And again, reiterating, I know I tell our people, well, we're gonna have porta potties there on behalf of the Northern Cheyenne, I believe. But we are coming prepared as we travel. But that's the only thing that really, right now, come into question for me is the council lodge and where to put it. Because if we're all organized in our camp, I want it in the central location of the camp. So that's something that when we come to the agency there, we may have to go scout the land again one more time, I would think. So that's something that we need to think about. I know we're throwing out many ideas, but now we're going to have to talk on reality, how we're going to do this, and who's going to do it, and when.
Yeah, I definitely agree, Russell. Within the next couple of weeks, we'll be traveling up to, I haven't picked a specific day, but we're going to go back up there and stake out some areas. And then I guess we could look at those areas that we're concerned about on the charge hill. Look at see what we got to play with on that hill. Look at possible routes in and out. We'll have to make sure there's emergency vehicles can get in and out. There are going to be horseback riders charging that hill. We got to also be aware that someone may fall off and get injured or something. Things like that, we got to make sure that we cover. And we also would like to get with you and see, the size of the council lodge and where we want to center it.
One more response. You mentioned earlier that those olives were bringing their own shower kits. I want to remind them that there's a little river that runs right in front of the camp.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to, I wasn't at the last planning meeting or whatnot, but, Ihane, we would have had a Eapaha or a Wakichonza to help with communications and organizations in the camp. So I was just wondering if there was going to be a Eapaha or anything like Wakichonza. I know there's going to be security and stuff like that, but like in order to help to organize and keep everybody in the know and what's going on in case of an emergency or or whatnot.
We talked about the command center last meeting in Rosebud. We talked about setting up a command center. I do know Sioux Tribe is also going to travel up there and scout out the area, and we're going to utilize some of our equipment to make that happen and coordinate with, see how we can coordinate with EMS services, things like that, in case should something happen, we have some kind of communication. And we've got a new head security guy right here, Mr. One Feather.
And I was just wondering also, like at the event, like if there's going to be, walking around the Bighorn, or how things are going. I know there's going to be a set agenda on a piece of paper or whatnot, but somebody sound system or somebody that's going to MC the whole event.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That sounded like a nomination thing.
I'm going to be quiet now. I know it's just going to be a huge event, a lot going on. And,
oh, yeah.
Wondering where to tell people, there's going to be a website or a piece of paper or whatnot to try to coordinate events. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of people coming in on the fly and whatnot that are going to need direction and that are going to, be looking for something like that. Someone's going to have to go through a whole contact. Chew you up.
Yeah. Yeah, those things are very important as someone to keep things on track.
I got a question. My name's Gordon Yellowman, Shenandoah Tribes, and he's right. A lot of times that we gather like this, we got traditional campfires, and our people wouldn't move until they heard that campfire. So keep that in mind. That Southern Cheyennes might not move until they hear their campfire. But there's a lot of good discussion. We're going to be bringing 2 charter buses from our tribal members up there. So my concern is where the bus is going to park. We're going to coordinate with that. And the other thing, it's good that we can commemorate this. It's going to be a big event. I'm starting to get scared now. But I'll go home and pray and I'll cedar myself along. So. But in thinking about the flyover, it was mentioned, think about the horses that's going to be there. The sound, the loudness, that might scare some of them horses. Spook them horses, so always be mindful of those. It would be a great thing, but in order to be safety concerned, always be mindful to those kind of things. And then we're going to be sending a crew up from our housing program to help with the teepee pole harvest. And they're going to take a truck and trailer up there. So we're coordinating with that. So I just wanted to mention that. A lot of good discussions here. Thank you. Oh.
Yes, Jim, maybe you can answer that. Some of those things where we can stage.
Yeah, last site visit we did, we kind of selected some flat areas right by the paved road, the Whistling Water Loop. So that road is paved, and right off of there, I think we've got about 35 acres of flat land. We can park buses, extra equipment, water tanks, whatever. Then the camp will be a little bit further in, so some of it we're kind of working on the road right now, but I don't think we want to take the buses all the way to the camp. And
by rain.
Then the other thing, like you said earlier, the 4-wheelers and side-by-side stuff, I myself don't use those things. I just now got on one last year, 70, and I'm a horse. I believe in horses. Those are that's where the medicine is, the horse tails for us, our family. And I don't want to see a bunch of big TV people and driving all over the place. It's not, but it'll make the camp look, it won't look good to me. But it will have some around because we'll need some. But I'd rather not have a bunch of ATV traffic, and when we're trying to ride horses, and we're going to have a lot of horses crossing, and we need horse wranglers. We need people that are able to handle horses. For every 4 or 5 riders or so, we need a good guide with them, and outriders, and will be more mobile. But we have lots of places that we were looking at to store equipment for the showers, for the kitchen area, so that we can bring in supplies, and then you don't have to drive through the whole camp to get to the kitchen area or the supply area. So once we, I don't know, security, we draw at the campground, we can, the next meeting, we'll go to the place and can look at the ground.
Yeah, and again, yeah, we should start marking out the campsite there, and designated key spots. You know, there's talks about, you know, we're gonna have fires, and where are we gonna put the firewood, things like that. We should probably think about. And I was talking about emergency vehicles when I mentioned ATVs driving all over the place. But emergency, I was talking about in case of emergencies. But you're right, too many ATVs, it's going to spook the horses. Plus, it's going to tear up the ground. So we need to keep in mind that we don't want those things because it create a lot of dust and things like that. So you gotta rough it. You gotta rough it. You know what I mean? So if we're gonna camp out, we're gonna camp out. Go ahead, sir.
Steve, Peter Charles, Rosebud. As I said, back at Rosebud, the last meeting, Rosebud Sioux Tribe, the CHR program. We've been in existence since 1968. Our grandpas and grandmas went to Washington, and back then there was an outbreak of tuberculosis. So that's what our grandfathers and grandmas did. They went over there and brought back CHR. We've been in existence since 1968. We've been helping auxiliary medicine, taking people to their appointments, things like that, saving lives. So we are going to be providing basic first aid for the medical part for all the tribes over there at the designated camping area. We'll have a first aid station, hydration station, elder care support team for people with diabetes, health problems, blood pressure, heart problems, etc. We'll have CNAs on site. We're going to have more than one tent, and that's what I was hoping that we could decide at this meeting before we leave that it's usually hot over there in the daytime and kind of cold at night. Last time we slept by the river, we roasted in the daytime and froze at night. So then I was going to go ahead and call ahead to make a plan in case something happens terrible, hoping it doesn't. And then we'll have vehicles to use as an ambulance and a route picked out to the nearest ER clinic. And with the river nearby, we'll have, we're not certified as lifeguards or anything like that. We'll be on guard for swimmers. And I talked to Ethan, the captain there, one feather, offered our helping hand to help with security. And I attended the directors meeting. The CHRs have 20 programs in the Great Plains area. Last week I attended that meeting and I told them I was coming to this one and hoping I can get an answer. If we can combine and have a joint, instead of just one CHR program, have a joint for all the CHR programs in the Great Plains area to provide first aid. And if that happens, we'll be set for the whole 3 days or 4 days, 5 days. So we're hoping that we can do that. And I always believe that CHR's work is never done. Well, like me, I'm a quality assurance / generalist / director / supervisor, so I get calls 24/7 on my phone, and I love my job. And my grandma told me if you love your job, you never have to work. So I guess I never have to work, but I love my job. So that's what we're looking at to provide for the camp. In the beginning, we thought it would be just for Rosebud. We're hoping it could be for all the tribes. And I still need to catch up to Dion. It's kind of fast, too fast for me. He's supposed to be providing with Northern Cheyennes at Billings. I heard they were going to have 2 tents there first day, so I need to get together with him and we can coordinate that basically first day. So we have pretty much everything already set in place for Rosebud. We just minus a few extra medical supplies like bandages, albuterol, stuff that sold over the counter because we can't prescribe any kind of medication. So yeah, we're ready to start today if we had to. But we like to go over there when the time comes to select an area for the camps, specific camps. And for us, the first day, hoping we can get right along the river there, because, like I said, it's usually hot there in the daytime, that time of year. You know, if somebody gets heat exhaustion or that, stuff like that. Plus, you can keep an eye on the kids swimming in the river. CHRs are always thought of people with many hats, have to be doctors, counselors. They look at us as jack of all trades. I can roll that in a way. Being the CHR, Great Plains Area CHR Association president for 7 years, it happens like that on the other reservations too. So I wanted to share that with everybody. And I'm hoping that when I go to the next meeting, there's going to be another meeting of the CHR directors in Rapid City in a couple of weeks. I'm hoping I can take that answer to them where we can have a joint 20 programs so CHRs at the designated camping area. So I'm hoping that's a yes for us. And then I had some other people that we were going to take too. They're interns from, in Rosebud, there's a Boston medical team that come and they've been there for the last, 10 plus years. And they provide help in the medical field. But there's 3 interns from Boston. And like I introduced them earlier, they're really, really good to work with. And I know 150 years ago, our skin color, our natives, and procedures were enemies. Today, it's not like that. So we're going to work together. I was going to ask them if they could use their mic and explain to you guys what they'll be providing over here as well. Because we do have a big mobile unit that we can use too. It provides some stuff, technical stuff there, but I'll go ahead and turn it over to Vance. He can explain what they'll do over there as far as helping the CHRs. Go ahead, Vance.
Hello, my name is Vance. Introduced myself earlier. This is Cable Industry who I'm with as well. We're excited. We have a mobile unit that has 2 clinical rooms, so we'll be coming with a doctor and a nurse practitioner as well. Our mobile unit, as long as we bring enough gas, we'll have an AC as well, so that might help with some of the challenges with the heat exhaustion. We're coming from the RSD Health Administration, and we're happy to help contribute and support in any way, so excited to coordinate with you, Steve, and everyone else. Sounds like we have some stuff to figure out, but we can definitely bring our mobile unit out, and we'll be bringing a doctor with us, can bring a lot of different medical supplies. So if anyone has specific thoughts about like the ways that we can be most helpful in supporting this event and this community during this time, please let us know. We're really excited to be part of it. Very honored. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vince. So that's about all we have right now to share with you all.
All right, thank you. I think we probably discussed it, but it was very briefly. But one of the things that we have to do with the horse groups is get that Coggins test and brand inspection taken care of. That's one thing the tribes probably should be looking at, and see what kind of resources you can bring to the table to get that done for your horse groups. Because that's probably one thing they'll check for when you cross that state line or on your way there, or on your way to the Bighorn side. And I think, was there any other questions? No? Wow. You guys, we're probably pretty good, or you guys are just tired. Sweat? Oh, yes. There'll be a sweat tonight at Arapahoe Buffalo Ranch. Or is it tomorrow? Oh, it's tonight. So if you want the address, it's 1603 Blue Sky Highway, Johnstown. So
Fire's already going.
Fire's going, all right. Those of you who can sweat tonight, I think I'm going to go. I think you need to wipe off a good way. So if you're going to Inipi tonight to the Sweat Lodge, you're going down at 6 p.m.
Frank.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Jim. So maybe somebody in the committee can get a sign-up sheet for horses to rent at Crow. And see, Coggins is going to cost quite a bit, and health, and then they add on $20, $25 for health, and by the time you're done, they're going to pay over $100 plus transportation. So we thought we might be able to get a sign-in sheet and try to get some people to bring them horses to the place, to the camp for June the 25th. And like the guys doing the trail rides right now, it's $150 to rent a horse, saddle, everything. All you do is get on and you get off, and you don't have to touch nothing. But if we pay the Coggins, health, transportation, what's that? Yeah. So we can start a sign-in sheet for people that might want to do that way instead of doing all that other stuff, transporting. And I think if we can put the word out in Crow that we're going to need horses on the 25th at a certain time. And I was thinking, I just asked the Park Service what time Reno got to the valley, and he said it was 3 o'clock. So 4 o'clock was when Custer made it to Medicine Tail Coulee Ford. So by about 3 o'clock we can start that ride, start the camp in motion, kind of after that time, and then everybody can cross the river. We can cross about 500 head plus, because we've got 3 crossings there. And we can just take off from the stage or the camp or both. And then we can, some of the riders who has Who's from Cheyenne River? Somebody in here? Are they going to camp at their place on Reno Creek? That'd be about 3-4 miles out. And then Orville's place is right above the Weir Point area, and that one is only about 15 minutes from the main camp. So we can send riders at 3 o'clock from all directions and right into to the Last Dead Ridge. So, and the other thing I did, I know when that kind of started that flyover, I thought it would be a pretty good deal, but I kind of have, people have been saying a little bit, but I kind of wanted, I talked to the state people and they went to the National Guard or something in Billings. And I wanted native pilots or native crew members on those helicopters they're sending. But we've done it before, but we've had a lot of horses with us, and they're not going to need to go enough to bother the horses that much. But like I said, we'll have outriders with every 5-6 riders. We'll have a good rider with them taking care of them. So I think it'll be all right. So that's it.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, go ahead, Chris.
When it comes to centralizing our information, we had a bunch of great ideas. One thing that we have in Rosebud that one of the planning meetings that CAST all the tribes to do was create your own Facebook page. And so we created one. And it's the 150th Battle of the Bighorn, and it's an emblem of the flag, the Rosebud tribal flag. But that kind of centralizes all of the plans that we have so far, as well as a QR code for the transportation sign up. And among the other things that we're still working on that get posted there. And so we have that built already, and all that data that goes into it is going to be retained towards the tribes, the individuals that bring it forth. So once we get the email chain figured out, definitely any information you guys have, we can centralize it on this Facebook page. And we'll open up the administration to each of the point of contacts from the respective nations too, so that they can also add on to this Facebook page. Just another way of keeping, I guess, the progress going on what events are going to happen. And so I just wanted to share that with everyone here, is that Rosebud does have a Facebook page pertaining to this event, and we can change the name. We can make it all inclusive, all nations, because that's the whole point. So I just wanted to share that with each of one of you. We want to get our information out from our respective areas.
Good. Hello, just a quick note before, right here, Jody. Before you guys wrap up, I just wanted to say that the communications and PR committees will be meeting here in this room as soon as this meeting is over, and we'll just meet up there in the corner.
I'm Dr. We talked to you all day with you, seen them out there. My relatives, it's real good to be here in this planning stages of this great event. Many things that go through the planning, and every aspect of it got to be looked after in a good way. And the land that could out over here is belonging to people. I was on a ride for 4 years, and every time we'd camp, or set up camp and everything. When we leave, we make sure that that camp, where we camp, just like we weren't there. And that respect for the land itself, and to respect God and His land, for them side by side and stuff like that. He's going to rip up the land and make it dusty, do more havoc than good. And back in the day, I took the fire home from the Dakota Summit in Red Church, not Red Church, in Lower Sioux. And I went to, they had a little ceremony for the event that we had to take it home. You guys are next to host that summit. So we took it there. And the place where all the Eagle staff that come, all the Chinoopas that come, the ceremonial teepee was the place where we looked after the Chinoopas, the ceremonial stuff, and the Eagle staff, the flags. And we had a young man, other than myself. I was there, I helped look after the fire, and I also helped look after the ceremonial lodge. And that is how we looked after our spiritual belongings that we brought with us. And I thank the Oyate for involving us across the land. I don't know if I got a lot of information to take home to my people, what they want to get ready for. And they said they were going to bring up half of my community up there with the children to school. So there's going to be a lot of planning that we have to do over there in order to get here. And I thank the Oyate once again. The cooks that cooked the meal, Kuda that offered that prayer this afternoon, and all the elders who are here. Nina Wopila, Pidame Ado, Aho, Itakoari.
Okay, so we're going to end it in the meeting here. We'll pause it for here, and then we'll resume in the morning. Oh, Wopila, thank you. So again, Falcon Parade, they're having sweat lodge tonight at 6 p.m. The address, I'm not sure where the address right there. But we'll resume again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Oh, there it is. Okay. So 1603 Blue Sky Highway.